pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First thing would be approved minutes from last week. I was not here, so
Also with the,
Don moved,
All second.
Simmons seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Consent agenda, we just handed down the pink one. Move to authorize the director chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Andrea Berryman, transfer from Sheriff's Office Dispatch Commissioner's Office Executive Assistant. Classification from 35.0 to 45-G. Wage for 2209 to 2279, effective 4/12/21.
I think we'll need to talk about that, because I don't think that's what our intentions were.
And I thought it was going to be a present salary.
That's what I thought.
well,
Wade gets here, maybe we need to discuss it with him.
present salary, and up to the next, to the grade levels right above.
Next level.
Yeah. Which might have been 10 cents, might have been 30, might have been 40, but just so happens it's 70 cents. Yeah.
So is that the,
And then the COLA, 30% COLA.
It's already been recorded.
Yeah.
It'd be basically to the next closest step.
yeah.
The next step above would have been 2245.
I
So,
want to discuss it. I want to discuss it.
I thought everybody, permission to speak.
Yes, sir, ma'am.
Okay, so you guys
I don't have the
approved,
chart in front of me. I know we said a present salary, which Andrea accepted, I believe.
so then it put her to 2245, but then you said everyone would get, if they had a good performance evaluation from their position, everyone would get
A step
a
increase.
step. I must have misunderstood.
Okay. So basically, this should say 2245, correct?
Well, she currently is.
Well, I mean, the
dispatch.
no, with all due respect, the step increase on an evaluation, we haven't been here long enough to have an evaluation, so.
Well, I mean, she got a good evaluation from the sheriff's office.
Okay.
Was that after the fact, or was that before?
Well, all the sheriff's office, all of the performance evaluations have to be completed by the end of March.
Right, so had she already got an increase from the sheriff's office?
Well, I don't know what her,
That's 2209, was that an increase from the sheriff's office?
Then I would have been eligible for the step, but I'm totally fine with it not going up at all. I mean, if 2209, we agreed on my current salary, so I just need it to be. I mean, I'm not expecting a step up.
Right, okay. So basically, the next in line, we might as well get it resolved now, in my opinion, on it. We can't take her back. Down would be 2201, and the next closest would be 2245.
I feel that we hired her, whatever she's making at the sheriff's office, we talked about that, is what we were gonna hire her here. So whatever it is, there's no step increases or anything in my mind. Whatever it was,
Not
what
at
it
this
is.
point. I agree, no step increases at this point because she is starting a new position.
Right.
But you have to get her to the closest box.
Correct.
Closest
Closest
box
box
above.
above.
Closest box above.
That's the problem.
Without going backwards.
You're gonna have to go up just a little bit
Which would be
to
22.
put her into the box.
Which would be 2245.
Because there's no box at the salary.
Right.
There's no GBF, whatever.
The closest one is 2201, which would be
That's going
backwards,
Yeah, 8 cents.
8 cents backwards. But
Wouldn't that be one of those cases then, you freeze it till it catches up with that position, whatever it be?
Well, I would say at 2245, which would be the next step above without going backwards. But yeah, there would be probably no step increase this year due to her, just because she's starting a new position and what. We can table it for now, think about it. But I would say the 2245.
2245 is the way I remember everything taking place.
And I know I did make the motion at present salary, not realizing that her present salary may not meet the box, if you will, in the new salary study, so. Let's table that for sure. So, this latest motion. Move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign two tax abatements, the amount of $72.
I don't have that.
Yeah, I just.
Oh, it's in there, the green.
Oh,
It's later.
We got it late Friday.
okay.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved,
All second.
Don seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
I have motion passes 5-0. Second one will be move to appoint Casey Raymer, District 5, as a member of the Coffee County Library Board, fill the unexpired term of Tammy Resilient, effective immediately, the term to expire 4/30 of 23.
I'll move.
Bob moved,
All second.
Don seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Colin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't need much time this morning. It's just that time of year and I need approval from the commission to hire our summer help. Have a motion.
How many?
2.
The ones you've been having taught, are they available for this year or?
One is for sure, I'm not
One is
sure,
for sure.
yeah. The other one is still kind of up in the air right now, so.
So, motion would be upon the recommendation of noxious weed director, advertise for and employ 2 temporary seasonal laborers, funds to come from the noxious weed budget.
So move.
Bob moved,
I'll second.
Don seconded. Any discussion?
What do these summer employees do?
They will be right along in the spray trucks. Especially when we do the KDOT work, we're required to have 2 people in a truck, so.
Any other questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. That's all I've got. You got anything?
Fine.
All right,
Have a
thank
good
you.
I have that.
Pardon me?
Yeah.
I didn't actually read it word for word. I kind of ad-libbed a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
So you'll see why that's the way it's written. So, Jim? Is that who I got here?
That's Bill.
Bill Fry. I thought that's who that was.
Jim and Melissa, I don't see.
Let's see, Jim.
Wait, have you talked to them? Are they still coming?
No, I hadn't heard.
Okay.
I know we sent out the letter. I believe Donna had sent out the letter.
Yes, I'm sitting here in front of me, and that's why I said Jim, and I knew I was wrong as soon as I said that. Bill, I'm sorry. So. Who wants to start this discussion off, I guess, then, as far as that drainage, or do we not have enough attendance to do?
I think
Too much
Angie's gonna have to
discussion.
help us on this one. I mean, you have a township, basically Hampton Township. Bill, do you represent Hampton Township?
No, I do not. I moved out. I did, but I don't anymore.
Okay,
Well,
I'm just here to see how it's gonna work, and I have some questions.
okay. Well-
Well, we'll just sit tight till we got Jim or Melissa here, is what's being suggested to me, so.
I guess you could wait a few minutes and if they don't show up, then
Right.
move on, because
I can catch them on the phone, see if they're coming or not.
Do we assume they received their invitation to join us?
Yeah, I just took it for granted. I mean, I got the addresses from Wayne, I think, who gotten them from Angie, so. And in the letter, I put, if you are unable to attend the meeting, to please give a call.
Right.
And everybody here.
Yeah. And you just had some questions, Bill? Yes. Well,
Are your questions for us, for the,
Well, I
about
just-
about that project?
It's about that project.
Okay.
anybody else got anything you want to add to that? But I do agree, I mean, if two members on that board, and neither one are here.
And we've had this discussion many a time, it's among ourselves, so that's why we're,
I know I mentioned here a couple weeks ago that I touched base with Jim, and then I got thinking about it, and I thought it might be better if we just done it as a group rather than just one-on-one, so
Right.
I did not touch base with Jim, and I probably should have at least gave him a courtesy call to make sure he was gonna be here, but I decided it's probably best to do it as a group rather than one-on-one,
Right.
or at least up front.
Good idea. Well, with that being said, I guess.
So could we have, Mr. Blackburn explain what's going on, because you got new commissioners? And I really don't know what's going on out there. Or just not, what's not up for discussion?
As far as a recap of what's going on,
Yes.
I'm fine with that. If Wayne wants to discuss with what's happening out there, or why it's happening. Yeah, I guess why it's happening, is that what you're?
Well, my question is when they started the project, I thought they were, doing the whole Hampton Townships down the bottom. And I thought we were starting on one road and going all the way through on the roads. And, you know, we're jumping over roads, and I just want to know how they're planning on doing all them.
Well, that would be a Wayne question.
Yes, that would be.
So I guess Wayne, if you want
Okay.
to enlighten us.
Well, we took on the project here for the Hampton Township, and so, and this was because we had a resident forced road run came in many times. And then we've had some meetings even, with, a couple of the landowners as well, and the township at one time, I believe, as well. So we had multiple meetings. And so I was looking here in the file, and so I just updated a little bit. this is the project, what we call the Matthias Lake project. It's, there at 11th Road, and it's from Navy to Oxon, is pretty much where it's at. That's the area that we're studying. The file, as we talked about, is this thick. So for the camera, this thick. And so, what happened is in 1978 is they constructed FAS 10. That's the road that we see today. The first time that the commission heard a problem with the flooding, the drainage issues was in 1984. And so from that point, the engineer basically at that time had basically sought advice from the Division of Water Resources in 1985. Then it goes back down, and then in Dean Wilson in 1991 had a problem and visited with the commission, Division of Water Resources. There was a letter in 1991 in May, Division of Water Resources to Dean Wilson, responding to his complaint. Division of Water Resources, another letter in 1992. Then another commissioner or another engineer, Harry Hunsley, had a memo to the commission in 1992. Ron Bonjour in 1994 had a public meeting, and this is all on the Hampton Township, okay? So I'm just giving you some history. In 2001, Hub Casper had a letter to Dean Wilson. And I believe too, if people do the history, and Bob, you may know some of the history, I think there was some concrete pipes. There was like 3 or 4 concrete pipes that was put in there at Native, right there at the curve around that time. And then I've had 2 public meetings in 2008, then 2010, county attorney letter, and the county attorney letter, Doug Witterman basically directed that the Hampton Township has authority underneath the KSA statute 24-01 that gives them really the authority to act on any drainage issues within their township. Okay. And so, and we've had various meetings since then. And you guys know some of it to kind of put you up to date. So, a couple years back, we said that we're going to have a project, and so the road department, for our purposes, is anything within the right-of-way we can work on. But we also said too that it would not solve the problem. There's at least 3 phases to this problem. First phase is taking care of the ditch work, work that you see currently going on right now out in that area. And this is, as you're down in that area, going down Navy. We're actually done from 9.5, the half mile right there, going back to Navy, and then up to 10th Road. We're done with the ditching at this point. And we're here in the next week or 2, when we get the crane, we'll be setting those tops for that entrance. Then from 10th Road up to, on Navy Road, from 10th up to 11th that's the proposed project that we have still yet to finish. We actually had to pull an excavator off to start working on some of the other requests, so it's going to slow down a little bit, but also that ditch is not quite as deep. Some of the other projects that's not mentioned in here is also Quail, clear down there. You saw that real deep ditch going south down to the creek. So all of this was to basically, that's phase 1. It allows at least the water that's basically coming to the road. And these ditches, once you look at these elevations, these ditches are really what you would call a retention ditch. The size and capacity is to store a tremendous amount of water. And that is allowing the water to come off the fields and actually set in the ditch. Because when you're down in that area, what you notice is it takes a while for the water to recess because the creek, the river is all full, okay? So you have storage. The storage is the ditch itself, and that's what you're doing. So that's phase one. That's what we're working on right now. We're close to probably, I haven't pulled the numbers onto it, but we're well over $100,000 just in our work alone. Doing this project. Phase two is actually the discussion that we had was to get the Hampton Township, which by, once again, letter by the county attorney, the state that they have the authority, because we don't have authority outside of our right of way. Okay, we only have authority within our right of way. And so outside of our right of way, which is clearly private property, is the ditch that was built, and we don't have an exact year, but I'm thinking around the 30s that they had done a conservation type ditch at that point. And that ditch is the ditch that we see today that actually is not, there's portions of the ditch that actually has the, and I think Jim was one of them. I think Jim had done some work where he had taken his own equipment, his own excavator, and actually had done a portion of that ditch on property that either he leases or owns. But it still doesn't take care of the problem because the drain doesn't drain. I mean, from all the way clear down to what we call Wood Creek. Okay, so that's phase two. That's the discussion we've had, and Forces came in and we talked about it. There's different phases. So then the third phase, that's phase two. Then the third phase is actually Matthias Lake, and that's Nelson's. As I say, Mr. Nelson was in here at one time. And so phase three is actually coming back and seeing if Mr. Nelson would be agreeable to allow that drainage that Matthias Lake was originally draining to was the very southeast corner. Ones that Don, you've had experience with as well, is basically that drainage was initially there. That's phase three. But phase two, once again, is very important because of the ditch. If it doesn't drain, then we're still not going to get the drainage issues that occurs in this area. And so Hampton Township does have authority to take care of the drainage. Mr. Roberon, stated also the commission has some, but we never researched that to see. We're trying to basically allow the township that does have statutory authority to come up with a plan. And so the whole idea of this meeting was we had letters. There was opportunities for letters to go out to the landowners, letters that were actually made for Hampton Township at that point. And so, but nothing's ever been done. We've been talking about this for years, and just, since I've started in 2008, I've had several public meetings. So since 2008, we've been continuing to talk about it. We've invested, the highway department has invested with the commission's support, is to say, okay, let's take care of what we can. But we keep coming back to that unless that ditch is cleaned out, phase one is not going to last. I mean, unless we clean out phase two, we'll take care of the drainage issues in that area. And so unless you take care of phase two, which is the ditch that's been there for probably the 30s, we don't have an exact date. But unless that is basically corrected, then all your efforts to try to correct this problem, just it won't be corrected. So that's where we're at. So we're trying to get the township. That's why, I look back at Angie and say, okay, who is our township trustees? Because they do have authority. And so with that authority, that they could basically help and assist the county in trying to resolve this. So that's the history, the update that I have for Hampton Township. And so I leave it for Bill. If you have any questions, I could answer.
Okay, this is probably not part of that project, but I own ground down around the river part between 8th and Oxon and 9th where the river's caving in. You got the road closed.
Yeah.
What's going to take place there? Are we going to move the road out, or are we just going to close the road?
Well, in that particular one, as we're moving on a lot of different projects, the safest thing was to close it because actually as you made the statement, is the embankment was encroaching upon the road itself. And so now the simplest would be to move the road because we can't really take care of the embankment as much. We could, but it's going to be fairly expensive. And so the next move would be to actually move the road. But with that, we'd have to get permission from the landowner, acquire land for the right of way to make that happen. So it's a process, and it's beyond other projects that we've been involved with. It's just had to sit on the back burner for a while.
That's just a Band-Aid though, is it not? Moving the road, because eventually the embankment's still gonna come
That is
to the
correct.
road.
That is correct.
And you gotta look at your source, you know, which is the river and the embankment. So
Right.
it's just gonna keep eating away.
The only thing we can do on that is armor it for a certain period of time to basically, you're buying time, because the thing is if you really look at water and creeks and different things like that, they move hundreds of feet within hundreds of years. Okay, so it's gonna move. You're not gonna stop Mother Nature from taking her natural course. And so, but what we do is we take care of the present. And what we can do in the present is, one, is move the road far enough away, and then armor the embankment as much as possible to slow down that erosion process. And so that's what we're dealing with. But to correct the problem, it's more severe than that. What you would have to do is, one, is correct all the erosion issues that fills the flow line that allows that water to change its course.
You've got, you said you're done with phase one, right?
We're working to be, no, we're not done.
Okay.
We're maybe half. If you take into account the volume of excavation, I would say we're probably over half. But I know it's a little difficult
I
with
went
this.
down and looked at it.
You went down, okay. Well, we're not completed from 10 to 11 on native is the biggest one. That's the one we're trying to finish right now, is native from 10 to 11.
But you've probably got 3/4 of your dirt load.
That is correct.
Phase 11, or phase one, I'd say you're probably your dirt removal 75%, maybe even 80%.
It's pretty close, because those are the deeper ditches for where we started.
So things should happen a little bit quicker there.
But we're pulling an excavator too, Don.
I met that excavator headed south this morning on 75. So
My concern is, how long will phase one be done before we'll be doing it again with the situation we've got going on now?
That's where I was hoping we'd have some conversations, so.
Because I don't think it'll last very long if we get a rainy period.
you've got to get a way to get the producers to back off of that edge a little bit.
Yes, we do.
You think that river cut that Bill was talking about, we're moving the road back, that, if you riprap the east side of that river, you're gonna have to riprap that for a quarter of a mile. Because that's all on the cut side. And down to the south where it turns back west, that is really a cut corner there. You know, they planted trees in that one spot, 4 or 5 acres on the southeast corner. They planted trees there probably 25 or 30 years. Well, many of those trees are already in the river because they didn't have the root structure to hold up. So I don't know whether there's a good answer for that, Bill, other than move the road like south of Leroy. We've got Lakeview drainage. About every 6 or 8 years, they move the levee back in about 3 locations. I'm not sure there's a good solution to those issues.
Well, I just didn't know
understand.
where, what we were talking about or where we were at on that.
Yeah.
And
But there's no promise even on the road too, Bill, because the thing is there's still some discussion too, and I think this was one that Bob had brought up, is how far is the next road? And I think if you find that particular road, the next road is only half a mile away. So when we get to that point, there's going to be more discussion to say, okay, what's the value? What's the cost? What should we be doing with taxpayers' money? Should we basically be investing in moving the road, putting a quarter mile of embankment stabilization, or close the road and then use the roads that are currently existing? That is a bigger discussion that I think is going to have to take place later. But to commit to say we're absolutely going to move the road, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying those are one of the options that we're looking at. But to do that is we need to finish up the survey and then get those costs to you to say, okay, is this something that you want to do or not?
So you say you're about 75% done moving the dirt in phase one.
For the volume of dirt, that would be correct.
Do you have a number of what it's cost thus far?
I do not have it with me. I can I mean, I can get it, but I don't have that information with me. We have a STARS program that we keep track of all of our work orders, cost of equipment, labor, material and such.
Can you give that or get that for us?
I could, if you don't mind, next week, I could get that for you and let you know where we're at.
Just be,
That'd be great.
Everything that we've done, so. Mhm.
My next question is, and it's in the Hampton Township, you started cleaning out the ditches on other roads like, Planter Road, you started on it, on the west side, clear up there by Dallas Thoracics, which would probably be about 9th Road or somewhere in there.
Okay.
Or 10th Road, and you were gonna go all the way, well, it was explained to me by the board of the Hampton Township, you were just gonna go all the way. And then you'd go to the next road and clean the ditches out, right?
I think some of that is, one is I don't have a clear picture for give you all the information that you're requesting. Is we've had several projects beyond the Hampton project. That's just cleaning out ditches, and it's been down in the southeast quadrant for the whole county for the most part. So there's been various little projects that we basically addressed when we could. But actually, that was a ditch cleaning project. If you look back in our records, we actually, and I had some maps several years back where it showed all the locations that we went through. And I believe we had several $100,000 because nothing was done down in the southeast quadrant. And it's fairly flat, as you know, the area. So nothing was really done for quite some time. So we actually went down there and spent several $100,000 cleaning ditches. So it might be we're just not finished with it yet, because we do have, right now we have over 100 requests of different projects where there's problems with ditching, entrances, pipes, different things like that, beyond our 2021 project list. And this is going to be some discussion I'm going to have later on my continuation, is to basically let you know we have several projects that we're working on. So there's sometimes where we move from one spot to another just because of need. So we might not be able to get it finished, but we at least finish a portion of it, and then we plan on coming back. But best answer I have for you right now, Bill.
Okay, because I just wondered, because it's only on certain people we clean the ditches out, and we got to some of my ground, we quit. And I just kind of want to know why. When it was explained to me, we were going to do everybody's ground, but every time we get to my ground, we quit. So that's my question with you.
Okay, I'll look into it, but I assure you that there's no one individual that we basically treat any different than anyone else. That is not how we do our business. So.
You're sure about that?
I'm real sure.
Okay, I'll have some information for the commissioners. I'll show you what ditches got cleaned for who and who they didn't clean them for.
That'd be fine.
Thanks, but I think we need to look into that a little better, Don,
Okay.
on who we're cleaning ditches out for and who we're not.
Well, we all know that there's a huge amount of sections in the Hampton Township. It's extremely flat. It's gonna be hard to get the drainage, at the level we'd like for it to.
Mhm.
It's just like southeast Leroy, down in where a lot of that soil is. It's flat there for 3 or 4 miles. So there's issues throughout the county.
But my question is we had the equipment there, we only had 1/8 of a mile to finish it, but we pulled off.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm pretty well known for letting them just shove the dirt on my property and I deal with it. And it costs me money too, but like I said, I can see the ditches and I see what's been done out there. And I just want to know what the plan was and if we're going to start at one road and go, or are we just going to pick areas?
Well, if you like, if I can extend to the commission, is we're going to have some more discussion. We're going to be talking about manpower, basically, and so we're going to have some discussion for projects. And so I'd invite you to come back.
I would, yes.
And that's today. So come back today, and we'll bring those up of the things that we have and what's going on and what might make us move from one spot to the next, just because our equipment's there. So if you don't mind, if you'd like to be part of that or listen to our discussion, I'd extend that to you.
11:45.
11:45 after our architects, I believe, and
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the last thing on the
Okay.
agenda.
Yep.
so I'm gonna continue
Because I just kind of
on.
want to see a plan that we can just go by.
I'd love to show that to you. But I just assure you, I don't care who the person is, we select projects based on, need, safety is number one, but those are the reason why. And we don't skip it because whoever it is, it doesn't matter. It really
Okay.
doesn't matter, Bill.
All right.
Okay?
Thanks.
Thanks for coming in, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
See you back in a little bit.
That puts you back up and.
Okay, thank you.
Weekly report, Wade, and Wayne.
One way. Okay, on the engineer's report, I need to hand out some new ones. We've had some changes, so I just got the whole packet. You want the whole thing? Okay. I heard her work or something. Okay. Well, and then we have a special issue. I'm still trying to get it to go to work.
Does this replace everything? that's in
Yes,
our-
sir. Yes, if you don't mind, if you would take that, that way, I just replaced your packet, there was a few changes, and I thought this would be simpler. Just replace your whole packet,
Minus the map.
minus the map, that is correct. Yes, we have. Yeah, it does, it only replaces the road and bridge portion of it, not the zoning side, okay? Not the zoning side. Well, if you don't mind, the simplest one I have is, Mr. Knight asked about basically those stop signs that have the LEDs around the perimeter of the sign. Okay, so they only come in 30-inch signs. And, we got a price, 30-inch sign, $1,600. $1,600. Signs that we currently have that have the LED lights flashing on them, say for example, Trefoil on 16th Road, okay, that's a 48-inch sign, and that sign cost itself, just the sign itself, is $113. The LED barricade light that sits on top of it is $136. So, you know, $250 approximately is what you're looking at compared to the 30-inch sign that has the perimeter LEDs.
Lyon County has one, I don't know if you ever get up by that way, Road U, County Road U and Old 50 Highway. I don't believe that's a 30-inch sign. I think it's smaller.
Well, and it could be, but the largest that they go to
Oh,
is 30-inch.
Okay.
And if they go 30-inch, it's $1,600
Right.
for that type of sign.
Max cost. I mean, 1,600 is the most you can spend for it.
Well, that's the quote that we got from, folks, National Sign.
But they don't give you the smaller sign cost.
No.
Okay.
Don't know the small.
Just because there's a 30-inch there.
Could be, I mean, a little bit less, I'm sure. But, I mean, it's kind of floating up there, $1,600 is a smaller sign that says it's not too far off, maybe 10 or 20% less. But,
Well, my thing is, you look at your, you look at your accident, intersections out in the county. you know, the ones that's had some pretty traumatic accidents, $1,600 is cheap.
Oh,
To save a
absolutely,
life. You know,
absolutely.
22nd and Fauna, there's been an accident known. 75 highway, I seen we had another accident at 50 and 75. Here, I seen new marks.
Yeah, but see, they're off of 75, state controls those intersections.
State controls all of the intersections off 75.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, and even, well, I got a call out, last night, actually, it started, Jeff got the call, I was in the area, so, over there on, Trefoil and First Road, Waverly, that intersection, all state, that's state signs too. So anytime the state highway goes through, the intersections, for the most part, they're always going to be, their control. And we even had this issue on Angus and 58 highway, and that was a fatality. I tried to increase the signs and different things like that. Tried to change the signs and different things. Couldn't do it. And they even done a study up in Topeka and all of that. So, you know, they're much more stringent in their review of the signs. It's consistency is where you have to be. It's consistency the way we basically address our signs and where we place our signs too. We must have we must have standards of warrants, how and why we place them, okay? And they are based off of safety. They are based on basically need, how we make things safer. But also too, there's still one driving factor that always is part of play, and that is the driver. The driver has to take a certain amount of liability in what they do. And so if they're driving, and I think I cited that example when we were talking about the signs. There was a young lady, wasn't even on her phone, drove right through Shetland and 12th Road, drove right through it. And I'm like, how much bigger of a sign could you have? And it was broad daylight. And so there's still that. The ones that you see are reflective lights on one is 12th Road, that's a T intersection, 12th and Shetland. Those have both lights at the stop ahead sign, and they also have lights at the stop sign. The other one that we have lights on is there at Trefoil and 16th, and that's because it's a T. And there's been not fatalities, but there's been accidents where people would just drive through. And the warrant there is well, when it gets foggy, it does get a little difficult to know that you're coming up on a stop. And
You know,
so,
one thing I mentioned here 2 or 3 years ago, after the accident on Angus and 58, why we couldn't put rumble strips in those very, very crucial intersections. And I think you mentioned the state wouldn't allow that because they still control that intersection.
clear up to the stop ahead.
So.
Now, the only way.
To me, a rumble strip, if the road is surface enough, you can cut a rumble strips in it. Would probably save some accidents, maybe save some lives, but.
The safety studies that they have, and they even done for us, is there are basically studies that show rumble strips do increase safety. It's something I've stayed away from as much as I could because of the maintenance that goes along with them. Once you put something in place, you got to maintain it. And so if you don't maintain it, then you're going to be also liable for that as well. And so that's where you would be at. But on the state intersections, those rumble strips would have to be outside of their control. That's the only way I could do rumble strips in those areas. And it's not to say that we can't have them at some point, but once again, once you start, you're going to have to build basically the criteria and the warrants, or otherwise you're going to have them on every intersection that has a stop sign. That could be very costly. So, the other one is just, since I'm doing some miscellaneous stuff before I get into my report, we have a quick coupler attachment for our Komatsu excavator. It's a sole source from Caterpillar. It's $12,262. So I'm just letting you know the foam coats that we're going to have on this one is a sole source. So just let you know on that one. I don't have the motion on it because it is a sole source. And I've done it both ways. If you wanted me to bring a motion, I can bring a motion But if you feel that you've been advised or aware of it, then what we'll do is have a phone quote sheet, and then once we make that purchase, we'll have basically the cost from the sheet with it, if that's okay. So if you're okay with not having a motion, then you're advised of it.
Just sole source,
Sole source, yeah, that's correct, sir.
it's not uncommon.
No. No, it's not. Okay, so then into the engineer's report. No road permits, 2 zoning permits, landfill totals for March. And then we have the motions, and the motion would be for one of our blades. We have a trade-in, and then we also have a purchase of a blade. And that would be the John Deere, the one that we actually had, we were reviewing for a week to see if that's what we wanted. There was a slight difference between the bids. So that's 2021-01.
The piece of equipment you were trying out is from the Murphy,
John Deere Murphy tractor, yes, sir.
and it met with your satisfactions, even though
It was about $2,500 cheaper than the Cat, and it met our requirements.
that's your qualification.
Yes, sir.
So, motion 2021-1. Based upon the recommendation of county engineer and approval of the county attorney as to form, move to find that 1991 Caterpillar 140G blade, VIN number ending in 3792, is no longer required and cannot prudently be used for public purposes of Coffee County, and as such should be disposed of by trade to Murphy Tractor and Equipment for $52,000. Notice of the board's intention to dispose of said property will be published on April 15th, 2021, and April 22nd, 2021 in the official county newspaper. I'll move.
I'll second.
Jesse seconded, all in favor?
Have some discussion on that.
Go ahead.
I know that's a low bid, but is that really the best bid? You know, we've kind of gone to Cat, and we've been real pleased with them. Is that really?
We have limited our fleet mostly to the John Deere and Caterpillars. And so we felt that basically with the John Deere blade, we're not exclusively Caterpillar. I don't think you really want to place yourself in that position. I think you need to have it, but you also need to limit because of supplies, filters, and different things like that you keep in stock. But as it was reviewed, not only by our mechanics, by our road supervisor, and also the operator, we felt that that was not only low bid, but also best bid.
Okay.
And it might even make it maybe more competitive down the road if they don't get every bid too.
No, I think that's why you don't want to just have
You don't wanna
one
stick to
particular one.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the next one is, and this would be for the mowing. Cadence Pancaski, basically was low bid and awarded at least 3 parcels. And Carol Harris was low bid and was given the Neustron monument, so 1 parcel. And so that's 2021-10.
I'm sorry, I'm reading over 2021. We had A and B on motion. We need to do B.
We didn't do the,
I jumped on that one.
we didn't authorize to buy anything.
That's.
I jumped on
We got
that
rid
one.
of
We
something.
moved to the next
We got rid of
one.
something for you, but we didn't buy it.
Yes, sir, we need to do B. You did A.
So 2021-1,
Motion B, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to accept bid from Murphy Tractor and Equipment for 2021 John Deere 670 GP for the purchase price of $217,600 with standard warranty, as being the best bid and purchase same for the sum of $217,600 to be paid from the general fund public works equipment line item. The purchase reflects a trade-in value of $52,000 for the 1991 Caterpillar 14-0G blade, VIN number ending in 3792. I'll move.
I'll second.
Don seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so now we move on to the mowing bids. So 2021-10.
Based on the recommendation of county engineer, move funding the bid submitted by Candace Pankowski for Hope Cemetery in the amount of $35 per event. Park at Old 50 in the amount of $50 per event, and Rock Creek Cemetery in the amount of $45 per event, with combined cost of $130 per event. And Carol Harris for New Strong Monument in the amount of $28 per event, to be approved as the best bids for seasonal mowing, with all bids awarded according to the terms for the bid. Funds we paid from the Road and Bridge Fund.
I'll move.
All second.
Jesse's moved, Tim's seconded. The only discussion I have would be, mowing season started, we gotta proceed, but was there any insurance requirements placed on these individuals?
I visited with Angie. Angie had provided through the insurance a workers' comp exemption form. And so they are all aware of it and actually have signed that document that relieves us of any liability for them to be on the property doing the work.
Okay.
Will you get a copy of that? We'll make sure you get a copy of that.
Yeah.
We'll make sure you get a copy of that.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the next one is, these were three that were tabled. And if you'd like to have these discussions, the three that were tabled was the full-time heavy equipment operator, full-time tradesman, the full-time mechanic. And if you would like to have that discussion a little bit later under the engineers continued, that would be some of the discussion that I also invited Bill back for, is to say, okay, have an opportunity to visit with you and talk about all the projects that we do. And then from there, we can move forward with being able to advertise for these positions if you'd like.
I think to stay on schedule, because we have Goldberg coming at 10, and then, yeah, tabling the rest of this so you come back would probably be advisable at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they get both in.
So on our schedule, no offense, but we got a little break in here, and then Goldberg, and then several others, so
Okay,
we'll finish up 11:45, if you will.
all right, thank you.
So that being said,
Chairman, the one thing you can probably address quickly is the request from last week, or the comment about moving the engineer's attendance to every other week. That was brought up last week because, Mr. Chairman, you were not present. I think the board felt they needed to wait to discuss that topic until you were here. So unless that's going to be a long discussion, I don't know if that can't be addressed now and get it out of the way.
Instead of having Wayne come in every week, have him come in every other week unless there's something hot on his plate that he needs us to address. I mean, it's,
I'm comfortable.
And Wayne knows more than anything on, you know, if that would even be beneficial to everybody.
Well, there's gonna be motions about every week, but if you would allow a lot of the canned motions, even the ones that you've seen today, be put into consent agenda items, I think it could work.
I think it's something to take.
We tried.
And if we don't look at it for 3 or 4 months, we can always go back.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, we can come back. We tried.
We can put any motion in consent agenda, but we can pull it out. Any motion we don't want, we can pull out the consent agenda and address it separately.
And that works, and you could give me a call and I can answer whatever question you may have. Okay.
So we'll start with skipping next week.
Sounds good.
He's got a double one today.
So that's.
I'm making up for it today, so.
Because I'm gets finished today.
Yeah, exactly.
Until next week.
No, next week.
The hoot house might be coming in on us.
There we go.
There's a chance of that, Jesse.
All right, thank you.
We'll take a short break before we go over. Okay.
No.
So. Where do we? Well,
I say,
yes. I want everybody to be content. Sometimes that's hard, but. So, I mean, yeah, I agree that, whatever it was. Yeah.
Assistant, this is where she would be 2245.
Mhm.
I mean, I figured she probably got a good evaluation from.
Well, correct, but what the weather is.
And even if 2201 makes everybody happy, I'm happy.
Wow.
We're talking 8 cents.
I know. I mean, yeah,
I mean, for the greater good of the, I'm fine. with
Yeah.
this.
well, I just like I say, I want everybody to be content and we set at her present salary, so. I mean, that's the motion I made, not realizing that there would be an 8 cents difference.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even gonna
So,
be noticeable.
Okay, so.
If it's 22, yeah, I have no problem.
Make this.
Well, and you already had your cost of living raise, correct?
Correct, it was 21 something, the cost of, the 30% cost of
Right.
living, brought it to 22.
Okay.
So-
you want this at,
Let me see if we can
see what Wade says.
at least go to there. You know what I mean? I mean, in fairness to everyone, I guess, so, let me just see where that goes.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll wait until you
Mhm.
change.
Mhm.
Otherwise.
That's all right. I'll be ready for another 2 weeks. Yeah.
Mr. Sheriff?
How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, yourself?
I'm here. Oh, Tom. Hi, Tom.
Tom, you missed a big event there Saturday.
Yeah, I didn't want to miss it, but
Say, well, we ended up over 50.
yeah,
There was a
Angela's,
lot of family, a lot of,
I've been, the last 6 weeks, I've been home 2 weeks on this mandatory training, and
yeah,
Angela's finally had a day off. She gets 1 day off.
it's 1 day off a week or every 6 or 5.
So she works every 3 and 1, 3 and 1, 3 and 1.
I know Ryan's 5 and 1.
So she was off Saturday, and
She said, let's go do something, so I thought that I needed to go be with mama.
Good day to get away with.
I take it you had a good trip and didn't have any failure or trouble along the way?
No,
Oh, good. Always makes them better when things like that work.
little iffy finishing up, coming home. Kind of want to get a new set of tires on that truck before I left that trailer and all like that. And I said, no, you're good. Between Durango and Garden City, that one tire threw a belt. Something. What? There's a vibrating ride home the rest of the way.
But it didn't go down?
No.
Was it empty then?
I was empty then, yeah.
Yeah, if you'd been loaded, you probably would have had to replace it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least you knew the trailer was back up then, right?
I just rented a U-Haul and dropped it off in Phoenix. I wasn't gonna drag an empty trailer back across that United States. I knew what that would be like. It'd be horrible. So I told my nephew, well, you got a trailer? No. No, I ain't doing that.
What's the cost to rent a U-Haul deal that, probably $200?
400.
400? I've never rented a trailer or anything like that.
I hadn't either. I know to get that van in the mini storage, he rented for 87. They let half the air out of the back tires and down on the bumper and get the luggage underneath there. But we made it.
How long was that drive?
1,260 some miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is try to, I got a 12-hour drive when I leave here. Doesn't want to be here, don't you know? And you also explain
I'll have to look into that then, because I got.
You'll be kicking them all.
Yeah, there's something to that too. Don, it shows it's sent.
I'm sorry,
It shows that it's sent.
I just looked, it wasn't 5 minutes. I have.
Usually downstairs.
Could be my finger.
Yours do? Okay.
I've got an MTV. It's not, it.
Let's see.
Which I normally
Your
don't.
name's on there,
I haven't got the emails managed for last month, not the agenda,
the minutes,
the minute.
Mine came through.
you got it? Okay.
Yep.
So,
And you're at Jesse Knight 73@gmail.com.
Whatever.
no, it's Jesse at Night Truck.
Okay, that's going to my office then.
Okay.
Okay.
And Don, I've got for you, DC Meets Wildlife.
Yeah, yahoo.com. Yeah, I got this, but I haven't had the email on the minutes for 3 or 4 weeks.
We'll see you maybe later today if you can get pull that, because it shows your name right there.
I'll check for you.
Correct.
So 10 o'clock, a few minutes behind, but since he hasn't been here before, I wanted to go ahead and introduce Larry Goldberg. Larry Goldberg is next on the agenda. He's the architect responsible for working behind the scenes on the local project here in Coffee County for the jail, potential criminal justice center. He's also behind the scenes and responsible for the Coffee County COVID response and the HVAC system and throughout the courthouse. So if you have any questions related to that, I know that was mentioned last week or the week before.
Yes.
And I think he's here and prepared to answer questions that he can, but Larry Goldberg's with Goldberg Architect. He's been in business as an architect for, I think I saw an email come through for 40 years. Is that right?
40 years.
40 years.
As of April 1st, April Fool's Day.
And he's, to my understanding, through my conversations with him, been responsible for, put together renderings for somewhere around 300 jails across the country. So he's done this in other jurisdictions, and hopefully he'll have some good information to present to you today, kind of an update, an overview of where we are, where we're going, and ask questions. I would encourage you to ask questions. Mr. Goldberg?
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning, commissioners, good morning, officials. Do this. And I've got some stuff to hand out. Thank you for making time. We've got a lot of ground to cover quickly. By way of background, we have been specialists in justice architecture for 35 out of those 40 years, and have had the great good fortune to have been retained by counties and states and the feds and municipalities on something now over 300 projects in 27 states. To give you an idea, we have been responsible for the planning and architecture in Rice County, Cherokee County, Donovan County. We're doing Lynn County's Justice Center right now. It's just been a wonderful time working in Kansas, but I have to tell you that it is very much a moving target. The kinds of circumstances we're going to talk about here are very different from 10 or 15 or 20 years ago, and we're going to try and touch on some of that, but I do want to pass out some of these. And I'm going to need to get a few of them back for meetings later on today, so if you take one of those and pass them down. Yeah, he's there passing around. I think we're out.
I think we're out. We'll get some more.
Are these for you?
No, I made 10
Oh,
or Wade has it. I think Wade and Tom have it electronically too. So. Alright. We were tasked some time ago with looking at the possibility of renovations to the courthouse for a justice center versus the possibility of a new freestanding justice center to be built off-site or off-campus. The single drawing that I handed Tom lays out the possibility of renovating the jail in its location. It's not working. Okay. Can you all hear me fine?
Yes.
Lays out the possibility of renovating the existing jail in its 6,500 square foot footplate in the courthouse with these provisos. Whether or not we could or would fill in the courtyard, or whether or not we could actually bust out of any of the exterior walls to take some of the parking area or some of the land around the courthouse. The guidance we received was that that second possibility was not going to be viable. The parking was too necessary, and the land, much of it is owned by the school district, and it would not be made available. So, but more than that, if we're going to talk about a justice center, we're going to talk about something that accounts for the bed growth and the type of beds that Coffee County will need in the years to come. We did a needs assessment based on the daily population data that Sheriff Rogers provided us with, and concluded that Coffee County over the next 20 or 25 years, which is about as far out as any of us can predict, it would extrapolate out to 78 beds. Now, when I talk about beds, I want to talk about classification and classification slippage. And what I mean by that is when you have a 10-bed female pod, for instance, and on Wednesday night, 6 of those beds are occupied by female detainees, meaning 4 beds are empty. It doesn't matter how overcrowded your male pods may be, you can't stick 4 guys in those 4 empty beds, okay? Or you can't stick an axe murderer in a misdemeanor pod or for bad check passage, or, and so forth and so on. So what happens is we design against an industry standard of 80 to 85% custody slippage. So what it means is if I design you a 100-bed jail, I'm really designing you a jail for 85 detainees on average. You with me? Are you? Okay. And this is not. On top of that, it used to be that you'd have your high security, low security, sentence, non-sentence, maybe a misdemeanor pod, your trustees, and you might get away with 5 or 6 pods. Today, that guy is dealing with anywhere from 18 to 26 different classifications every day, every week, okay? Whether it's cultural, whether it's religious, whether it's gang affiliated, whether it's sexual mores, it doesn't matter. The idea of being able to incarcerate in small, discrete pods that you can hold detainees safely and securely and more easily managed is in everybody's best interest. It is necessary, and it's here. And it doesn't matter if it's Coffee County or downtown Kansas City. We're all faced with the same issues. Okay, and we'll get into that a little further. So what I set out to do is create a renovation template for the 6,500 square feet that created some measure of classification. In other words, some measure of 3 or 4 or 5 pods, whatever I could do within the existing space. Secondly, is I wanted to end up with a facility that was compliant with ACA, American Correctional Association jail standards, as well as PREA, Prison Rape Elimination Act of 2012. There's no choice. We have to. You have to. And so what we came up with was a much improved jail layout that gave you an extra 4 beds. Serious. Now, it's a much better layout, and you've got housing control with discrete direct visual control over several pods. But that's the best that we could do in order to create cells, day rooms, medical, booking and intake, and so forth. And it's still required that I add on to the east side of the courthouse with an additional vehicle sally port and indoor-outdoor activities, which nobody, I suspect, would want tacked onto the front of your courthouse. The problem is the construction costs are prohibitive. Construction today is a different animal than it was even 5 years ago. As an example, we're doing a new justice center in Lynn County. When we put the documents out for bid, we got no electrical bills. None. We put it out again, we got no electrical bids the second time. It's tough to build a building without electricity. Okay. In Abilene, where we're doing a new renovation and a new law enforcement center, the day the concrete contractor was supposed to show up to start the foundations, they walked. The first thing we did is delay the project 6 weeks to try and rebid the concrete. These are all, and I'm not telling you these things to scare you, I'm telling you to make you understand that for those of us that are in the construction, design and construction arena every day, it is a daunting exercise to try and engineer, design, and bid this stuff. And as a consequence, we're going to talk about some costs that will create some reaction from you all that maybe I just don't believe it. But we firmly believe that the renovation, the spot renovation of a space like your jail to try and renovate it, update it, rejigger it, and so forth, will run as much as $800 to $1,200 a square foot. Plus, you're gonna have to pay to house those prisoners somewhere else for the period of time during which the jail is under construction. It's a bunch of concealed conditions. I have no idea what's inside those walls.
So you're looking at very quickly, $6 million to $6 to $7 million to rejuvenate what we got for this plan we have in place.
Correct. Yes, sir.
What's the time frame in doing that we're basically gonna be shut down?
Probably about 8 months.
8 months?
And that's for 4 beds.
And that's literally to net an additional 4 beds.
Yeah. That'd take us up to 28 beds if I got it right. Okay.
So, so the point is in terms of building for the future, building to get your arms around the real problem, it doesn't do it. We can't recommend it as a course of action. The idea of you all spending 5 or 6 or 8 million, whatever the final number would come out, in order to give yourself a facility that would hold 30% of your capacity, just doesn't make any sense to us. And on top of it, we can't do it within the envelope. Now, I also want to tell you this. Filling in the courtyard doesn't help you. Okay? There's something called the Durand Consent Decree, which the ACLU has 16, 17 states signed on now. Under ACA, I don't need to design in windows for the prisoners directly. They can have windows in their cell doors and then skylights, 12 square feet per day room plus 2 square feet for every bed that doesn't otherwise have a source of light, okay? The feds have ruled years ago that they don't need a direct view. What they need is the ability to discern a change in the time of day, a change in the weather, or both. You with me? So the idea of them looking out over a parking lot to see your license plate number isn't appropriate, okay? And we control the visibility that way. The problem is, it has been ruled time and again that not giving prisoners at least some source of natural light is cruel and unusual incarceration, okay? So we simply don't do it. All right, so what this means is if I infill your courtyard, not only am I unable to access enough perimeter wall to give them direct access to natural light, but I've now taken away a bunch of the windows of office holders in the courthouse anyway. And for the gain of 1,500 or 1,600 square feet, even on 2 stories, 3,000 square feet, is such a small additional square footage. And I would have to underpin your entire foundations along that line. Do any of you know what inshoring or underpinning is? It's a structural term. okay? I would displace all of those foundations, the soil, and therefore I would have to create deep foundations under those footings around that whole perimeter. It would be a mess. Underpinning itself is anywhere from $2,500 to $3,500 a linear foot. So it just keeps adding up and adding up. And the ability to explain this to the community, you've got a beautiful courthouse, but in terms of a 60 to 80 bed jail, it just doesn't fit, at least in this modern era. And so there you go.
I know construction costs have increased immensely, even for new construction as well.
And I
So, I
want
mean,
to talk about that, Tom.
Yeah, because we had a number here a while back of what it was per square foot to create a new facility. I'm sure is that doubled now?
No, but it's up 30%.
I was gonna say 40.
And I want to get into that. But to give you an idea, Wade and I were chatting before I started the presentation. Just dumb stuff. A grade A 2x4 cost $2.81 3-4 months ago. Today, it costs $7.91. Stand on your head, it's what it costs. A piece of 3/4 inch plywood is insane, okay? Copper literally has been escalating at 3 to 5% per day. Part of the problem in getting electrical bids is I can't get anybody to bid something and then hold the bid long enough for guys like you to make a decision. Okay? Woodbury County, Sioux City, Iowa, where we just are getting ready to put out for bid, 450 bed Justice Center, 121,000 square feet. We had 50.3 million planned, plenty of money, until the last 2 months, 3 months. And we had to go to the county board and say, we're probably $5, $6, $8 million shy now. And I cannot tell you why. Okay, structural steel is its own issue with China. You all, I'm sure, are acquainted with that as commissioners with roads and bridges and so forth. Now, I originally talked about a law enforcement or justice center in the range of 12 to 13 million, 14 million tops. We're now looking at 18 million or so for 36,000 square feet. And that is the second sketch that I have given you all.
Is this including the property?
Yes. Now, let's talk about site without getting into specifics. If you do a law enforcement center, which is jail support, kitchen, booking, intake, medical, all that, visitation, all that stuff, and a sheriff's office, you would need about 3 acres, 3.5 acres for some dog. If you include a justice center, whether now or the possibility of doing it in the future, and I'll talk about that for a minute. You add about 6,000 square feet to the overall project for court services, prosecutor, and the courts. But the rub is you add a bunch of parking spaces, you know this, for jury selection. So that bumps it up to about 180 to 190 spaces. And it bumps it up closer to 4 to 5 acres. So some of the sites I looked at prior to this, I think are a little tight. But there are some tracts of land that may be available that are 20 and 25 acres and so forth that you could peel off 4 or 5 or 6 acres. And still have immediate proximity to Highway 75 and what have you for access. My report outlines the utilities required as one benchmark as well. What I have proposed here within 36,000 square feet is a facility that can grow in several directions, including the office administration, the courts, the jail, so that in the years to come, Coffee County could have 100 beds, 120 beds, 150 beds. I can't tell you that would ever happen, but I can tell you that there are jurisdictions to whom that has happened over a period of 10 or 15 or 20 years. I can also tell you that the Kansas Department of Corrections is constantly looking for beds, which may or may not be an option you would want to seize. Okay. This template includes a district court, an associate or hearing or probate court, room for court services, chambers and so forth, and a prosecutor's office. The plus to it is that if you have your detainees held in the same place their trial will take place, you're not transporting them. You're simply not. You're walking them through a secure corridor to the back of a court and into pretrial holding or directly into the courtroom or however it is scheduled. Yes, sir. Okay. And it is literally the cheapest part of the project. The price tag of about 18 million would be reduced by about $1.2 million to $1.3 million if you don't do the courts. You with me? And it's not unlike a lesson, the cheapest part of your house is the middle of your living room. Well, the cheapest part of your justice center is the middle of the courtroom. To give you an idea, the housing itself is about $615 to $635 a foot. Your jail support, visitation, medical, booking, and intake is about $515, $520 a square foot. Your courts are $320, $330 a foot. Your non-secure office space is a little less than that. Okay, I've got all this detailed in your report. If you average all that, if you weight list all that, and I've given you examples of exactly that, it comes out to be somewhere around $465, $485 a square foot.
Accounting for the new price increases.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, I am reminded 20 years ago when I did Cherokee County, Kansas, and it was the first law enforcement center in which we busted $200 a foot. And I thought we were all gonna die. I was inconsolable. I said, counties can't afford this. I don't know what we're gonna do. This is crazy. $200 a foot, and we're not 3 times that. Now, the flip side, and I won't dwell on this, but we have never created a bond environment like this with both taxable and tax exempt bonds at the rates that are currently being issued. When we set out, and I'm a municipal advisor as well, when we set out to structure the financing for Woodbury County, we were looking at tax exempt at 3.265, 3.35 tax exempt. Ended up actually doing the first 25 million taxable at under 3%. It's just, it's a crazy situation. So in answer to the unspoken question, it offsets some of the construction escalation. So, all right. I have the last piece of this puzzle. Oh, I know what I wanted to say. So what I proposed includes the courts, prosecutor, court services, but it also includes an evidence suite, which normally for us consists of an evidence lab, bulk evidence storage, and at least 3 vaults, one for weapons and ammo, one's for cash and jewelry, and one is for drugs. And you want to make sure the ventilation is exactly the way you need them, particularly for the drugs. If you've ever seen a jail in which fentanyl has gotten into the ventilation system, you have got a world of problems. It includes 911. It includes sheriff's training, which doubles as an EOC, Emergency Operations Center. And the idea being that all that works as a suite in the lower level, providing we don't hit a rock. So one of the things we would talk about is if, as a leading government body, you all would decide on a site, I would want to do at least 1 or 2 test borings to make sure we have soil that will support this kind of weight, 2,000, 2,500 PSI capacity, and an absence of rock. Okay. I'm going to hand out a pro forma here, and I want you to understand, I mean the word draft. We're on draft number 5, working with Sheriff Johnson. And Wade, there'll probably be a few more drafts before we're done. But I want you to take a look at the numbers.
Wilbur,
Sir?
you mentioned 911, so your intention is to move dispatch also?
Yes. And create a suite in the lower level that has your communications, your emergency operations center, your sheriff's department. All of that can work together within arguably the most stoutly constructed, most redundant systems of any building in the county.
Assuming this will be fallout proof.
Exactly. I was just going to bring up, in your case, it's not just whether it's a weather disaster, but in the event of a radiological issue or leak, then you would have that as a response.
You know, in looking at the newspaper, Laura, in the last several years, our average people that's in jail, you know, they were from 16 to probably 25. Sometimes below that, maybe a time or 2 above it, when we transport inmates out of our location. And I know the projections we see in 20 years, inmate is probably going to triple. I have a hard time understanding that when I know our population is not going to triple, or I assume it's not going to triple. You know, it surprised me if we even maintain our population, because we're in rural America. And I have a hard time even population going from 8,300 up to 10,000. And yet I know the projections in 20 years, we're gonna have 3 times the inmates. How comfortable do you feel in predicting inmate issues being that large?
Don, we do it as carefully as we can.
And I'm sure of that.
And thank you, but it is the number one question commissioners ask. How do you know what size we're really gonna need in 20 years? I do want to go into an important aspect of this. We don't need to build you a 78-bed jail. If you said, Larry, we're comfortable with a 52-bed jail, but build in enough empty pods, shells, so that in the event the county would ever need to infill those empty pods, which could be used for exercise presently, you with me? With cells, with modular steel cells, so that our facility could expand incrementally or wholesale, either one. I would have no trouble with that if you all would understand that in 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, acquiring those beds is probably going to be a lot more expensive than it is today.
That's just what I was gonna say. It'll be more expensive 10 years now than what you could complete it now.
Yes. Now, the other thing, and I don't want to make a big deal out of this, is Kansas, not unlike every state we practice in, has counties basically divided into 2 kinds of counties, sort of tenant counties and landlord counties. And I mean absolutely no disrespect. There are counties all around that need 4 or 5 beds for females, 10, 12 beds for males, and they're never going to build their own jail. They're just not going to take the political, pay the political price or the financial price to do it. They want you to. And they'll bring their prisoners to you.
At $50 a day, how do you pay for that several $1 million
Exactly, exactly. And so we have got built in a small amount of that into these figures, and simply because we've never done a jail in Kansas or virtually anywhere else where it hasn't happened. Whether it's the state, whether it's the marshals, whether it's whoever, they will bring prisoners and they'll pay for those beds. Now, whether you choose to do that in part or in whole, I would suggest you're going to have some extra beds no matter what we do because of that custody slippage I talked about. You with me?
Yep.
So one way or the other. But if you said, and Tom and I have talked about this, maybe we would take, instead of 78 beds, we would take a 12-bed pod, shell it in, and do 66 beds or 60, something like that. And and again, I have no problem doing that. I just don't want to do something that then fills up 3 years later and your public is saying, what the hell did you idiots do here when you had the opportunity to do it the first time? And I don't want to leave you in that position either. It's also unserved warrants. It's changes in sentencing. It's just so many things. Now, it's no secret, and I want to talk about this. It is no secret that mental illness is being increasingly identified as the source of at least a portion of your jail population. We've been part of studies. We've been part of housing analysis, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's cognitive deficits, whether it's dyslexia for a kid who never got from behind the 8 ball in school. It's a lot of things, and one of the things we're talking about is not only whether or not communities, in the absence of certified treatment beds, rely to an increasing degree on their jails, or whether or not counties want to take the bull by the horns and create a mental health unit adjunct to their jail so that it has separate staff, but it can share kitchen, laundry, obviously emergency response, and so forth. And that's something we're gonna take up as a matter of discussion, because it may be that, that Coffee County, not unlike other counties, says somewhere we've gotta create a route to handle our mentally ill. The state's not gonna do it, the feds look the other way, and this is a whole nother portion of the puzzle as well. You have Advent Medical, Correctional Medical Services, provide the medical services for your jail currently. We're well acquainted with them. They provide the medical services on dozens of our jails across the Midwest. They have now acquired Freedom Behavioral Health. Your sheriff was kind enough to start this ball rolling and put us in touch with Dr. Melissa Caldwell, their director, who is excited about the possibility of partnering with the sheriff or with Coffee County on just this problem, because nobody knows what else to do. And what this may represent is Coffee taking a leadership position in demonstrating how a community can create a relatively small mental health pod adjunct to its law enforcement center for those that might need commitment but have not yet been arrested for a crime, but may nonetheless pose a danger to themselves or those around them. Okay, I want to tell you one quick story. When we were planning Lee County, we used padded cells in booking and intake. And the sheriff at the time, we were in a planning session, asked me to supply an additional padded cell or two outside of the security envelope in his office area. And I was genuinely shocked, and I asked him why. And he said, well, because we're getting people dropped off that literally families don't know what to do with them. They seem to pose a danger. And District Judge Amy Hart was absolutely irate. She slammed her hand on the table. She said, Paul, I want you to take back that request. She said, because you are trampling over the people's constitutional rights that you're referring to. And he said, Amy, I've had a guy locked up in my office overnight. We're getting another guy dropped off. We'll probably lock him up in the undersheriff's office. He said, there's no available beds. Not in Kansas. We're probably looking at waiting several days before we can move them anywhere. So make no mistake, this is an issue we're going to deal with on one end of the problem or the other.
How can the county get reimbursed for that?
Exactly.
That's that's my thinking.
Exactly.
How can a person turn this into a, not lucrative, but better than $30 or $50 a day
Exactly.
for the
And
availability?
we're working with Dr. Caldwell and her crew to develop those performances right now, because I am convinced, Jesse, that you're looking at better than $200 a day for that kind of care. And it's all around you. There isn't a city, a town, a jurisdiction that doesn't have this exact issue. In 1999, I literally was designing Fremont County, Wyoming's detention center. And we realized, it was right in the corner of the Wind River Native American Indian Reservation. And we realized that we had people that had been arrested 20 and 30 and 50 times for guess what? Glue sniffing, public drunkenness. And what we realized is we didn't have an habitual criminal, we had a habitual drunk. So why would you throw him or her back in the same jail cell every Saturday night and expect a different outcome? So what we did is what was at the time the nation's first tri-allocated facility. We worked directly with Janet Reno, who was the Attorney General. We created juveniles on one side, adults on the other, and treatment facilities in the middle that could swing both ways. Nobody ever picked up on that model.
How's it work? You said nobody picked up on it.
Yeah.
So they didn't do it.
We did do it. We did
How did
it
it
for
work?
Fremont, and it worked great. It's worked great all the years. In fact, the feds have kept the juvenile supply. But in any event, I'm throwing that out as a possibility. It is nothing that I'm adding to my fees in front of you as your planner, but it is so critical that we look at this, or at least if we don't not look at it, as we move forward on one basis or another, and I know you agree.
Is there any help from the state to build something
Don't know,
into this nature?
don't know.
We're looking into that, Jesse.
Oh, okay. I mean, because I know they don't want to operate it, obviously.
Correct.
But if the funding is available to put something in place and the county runs it, you know, that's my thinking behind it.
We've even reached out with Eric, being state representative, to the powers that be in Topeka to let them know, just, hey, we're in the process of, spitballing this, going through it and seeing what they can do. And they're all about talking to us about it.
To give you an idea, I'm not talking about a huge deal here. I'm talking about somewhere in the range of 16 to 24 beds. We're not talking about, a 300 bed facility, even though there's no doubt in my mind, if you did it, it would fill up like that. But we're talking about something that would serve coffee in maybe the surrounding counties, period.
Is there like just more question for Tom maybe. Is there like a set fee? I mean, like, we have to house prisoners in Wisner or wherever, and we pay so many dollars per day. Is there a set fee that has to be? I mean, so.
It's just commonplace, anywhere between $35 and $50 is what most agencies are charging, $45 for those inmates that we're housing outside. Don't get me wrong, for example, Osage County, Lori Dunn and now the current sheriff, Chris Wells, we've always housed prisoners. If they have a drug case and they've got multiple co-conspirators, they want to separate those.
Right.
And so we'll take one of those and we may even charge them because we've done the same thing with them.
Right.
But predominantly, it's anywhere between $35 and $50.
So if we did this facility, with the, I forget how many beds, I'm sorry. 78. Would you see probably an influx of other counties reaching out to house their prisoners?
Excuse me, but no. So I can tell you over the past 6 weeks, I've been here in Coffee County about 2 because I've been gone to all this training. Part of that training was 2 weeks of new sheriffs at school. I talked to sheriffs out there for 2 weeks. Talked to the Lynn County sheriff, who's actually, Larry's building the jail there. And just so I can say it, he has high praise for Larry Goldberg and his associates there. But that being said, every sheriff I spoke with either built a new jail in the past 2 years or is getting ready, doing the same thing that we're doing, talking to their commissioners. KDOC has said, the day you open it up, we'll fill your jail. If you don't want that, all these other, I was worried about, Johnson County built a new jail, New Century. You're not going to, believe me, they're still farming people out. Wichita is farming people out. I'm told all you got to do is tell people how many beds you got available, what your cost is going to be, and you're going to fill up that jail. So, I don't think it's going to be obviously a great moneymaker from that point, but you can make money. Now, by the time that you do your cost, and it costs somebody to feed somebody, whatever, you're gonna make a little money here. Are you gonna make a great profit? No. But are you gonna make enough money to help pay off that bond issue? Absolutely. Especially if we do this mental health right now. We're just in the beginning processes. I brought this up, spitball, and said, here's an issue. That can be a big game changer for us. Multiple fold. Nobody, I've been here before, and I've only been in here since the 11th of January. I've told you about our mental health issues. It's in every jail in the United States. It's just there. And it's not going to get any better. We've fought with, we've had this mental health board together, and we've talked, okay, doing some at the hospital, doing something, a standalone system. It's all talk. Everybody has said, oh my goodness, when we reached out to them and said, we'd like to get in the steering committee, every single entity has said, when is your meeting? We will be there. And at 4 o'clock today, there's going to be a group of people here. We're having a meeting right here in this room.
As early as 1998, I was part of a study. We were doing 8 jails in Oklahoma. And I was part of a study back then in what was called the Truth in Sentencing Act in Oklahoma that identified 4 out of 10 local detainees in every jail in the state of Oklahoma had cognitive deficits severe enough to adversely affect their behavior, emotion, or judgment. And that was when? 25 years ago now, 23 years ago.
It hasn't changed in the 32 years I've been law enforcement. It's been that issue. That's just a major issue.
Tom, you take a 78-bed facility, how many more employees is this got?
Again, we talked about probably up to 20.
You'll be
20 total.
you'll be more efficient than what we are now, I'm sure of that.
The efficiency is only part of the problem, Don. I'm talking all, I'm sure that most of you have been down to the jail. It's the security issue and the safety of my people right now. The old linear system that we have, when you have to go and turn a key on everybody and stand there in the hallway and watch them walk down, you're waiting to have a problem. You're waiting to have an inmate try to overtake a jailer. In the real world, you push a button, the door opens, and they're going direct. And you push that button, and it lets a better one out. It's an antiquated old system, and I'm here to tell you, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Jails are number 1 liability in the United States for sheriffs. And it's even more than doubled when you have this system set up the way we have. It's just old, gentlemen. That's all there's to it. It's old, and ladies. It's just old. And again, when we got this and it said, $8 to $10 million to upgrade for 4 beds, come on, it just
Makes sense.
yeah, so that makes sense.
78 beds, you're looking at 20 additional employees.
No, up to 20 total. So we'd have another, what we have now, 12, another 6 or 8.
Another 6 or 8 employees.
Yeah, because you need staff, all 3 shifts to have something, to do, to be able to maintain it securely. And that's usually 1 guy in a control pod, and at least 2 people down on the floors. You don't send, 1 guy into a pod when you've got a fight going on. But anyway, so it's a minimum of 3 people per shift. And so you have that, plus you have, meals, whether we still continue to use the hospital for our meal service that we do now. The question, and I've got the CEO coming in tonight, can they make 78 meals instead of 24? Do they have that ability to do that? So there's just a lot of issues when it comes to meals, when it comes to housing that we're gonna have to deal with. Larry's been good enough to tell me what normally those jails have as far as staffing, what it takes to run. But he's the man. He's been good to us so far and been very upfront with us. So, and I've heard nobody talk bad about him yet. So,
We listen and talk a lot about mental issues.
yes, sir.
Who makes a determination where that person needs to be in prison?
So, the
Do
state
you need a special person to?
there's only one place in Cobb County, and that's Crosswinds. You've contracted with Crosswinds, this county has, to be our determiner for that. And so therefore, Crosswinds is the only place. You can have a doctor saying that they have a mental health issue, that takes a mental health professional to say that they need to go to a facility. Now, let's say, for example, you don't have insurance, you're going to Oceawatomie. If you have insurance, hopefully there may be a bed open someplace else in a private place. If you don't have insurance in the state of Kansas, you're going to those water.
What's the weight of those water meters?
Which day?
You're 17 in Osawatomie, no matter what, so.
16, it seems like.
Oh, 16.
16 or 17.
So,
They're always telling you you're
So
16
we're
or
gonna-
17 on the list. And so you're saying, a doctor's told you or a mental health professional said they're dating themselves or others, you can't let them go. So then what do we do for those 17 on the list? And what's that end up being? Anywhere from 36 to 72 hours, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So what do? I put them in that padded cell and I watch somebody by there every 15 minutes to check on them. That's what you have to do. You eliminate everything that they can, tie their clothes onto to cause danger. You take away everything they can't get on a bed to jump off and hurt themselves. But there is no way in that facility, the way we have it, you don't have that constant viewing like you have in the pod system. It's just it's a lawsuit waiting to happen. It's every place in the United States. But this just is exacerbated by the old system that we have. It's just an old system. So, the last time, kind of just as a funny joke here, last time we had one of our keys, the lock on the cell door itself break. It took us months. That cell was inoperable because they don't even make that stuff anymore. Trying to find the old lock system with the keys. We finally found somebody to come in and do it, but it's just, they laugh at you when you say, old key system, they just start laughing. We'll have to find parts from someplace.
What year was the jail bill here?
84.
Yeah.
84.
Yeah, it's outdated.
But again, again, lawsuits are the first place in the jail. Everybody will tell you that. And we're just trying to do two things. Make Coffee County the best place we can for the people that we're housing here. And two, if possible, try to do something on the mental health issue because it's an issue that we're all trying to deal with, multiple entities here. And this just might be a fix that we can do in the process.
And Tom, your jailers aren't equipped to deal with the mental health population. I mean, that's not what they signed up for. That requires special knowledge and training to deal with that type of population. And law enforcement, before the screening process even occurs, law enforcement in some instances makes the decision whether somebody's a danger to themselves or others, so they take people into police protective custody prior to the screening. And then getting the screening to take place, it doesn't happen. You don't just make a call, it takes time. So those people have to be housed somewhere, and if they haven't committed a crime, then exactly what Tom said, they have to go somewhere because they're a danger to themselves or others.
I think we seen that in Emporia, Kansas here about 2 weeks ago.
It's a never-ending battle. Yes, sir. It's a never-ending battle.
We wound up taking an innocent person's life.
Yep. It's a never-ending battle. Thank you.
Laurie, we've been talking about this jail study for several months. How long, I'm not sure. If the decision is made with the commissioner, what's the total process of moving forward at a fairly rapid pace and having the project completed?
All right. It will take us about 6 months of planning to get it ready to bid.
You're 5 years out. I'm sorry, I bet you're 5 years out, aren't you?
Oh, no.
I mean, completion.
No. You would be roughly 2 years out, 2.5 years. Okay. You would bid it across 30 to 60 days. Because you bid and then you evaluate your bids and so forth to make a recommendation. And then you will have somewhere around 14 months to 15 months of construction. And that would include not only the architecture, but the FF&E, fixtures, furnishings, and equipment. Which I want to explain. When I talk about costs, okay, I learned a long time ago, it doesn't do guys like you a bit of good if you're talking solely about construction. What we do is we take a project dollar and we divide it into two parts. 80 cents of that dollar is construction. 20 cents of that dollar is all that other gobbledygook, which may be site testing, utilities, A&E fees, expenses, FF&E, fixtures, furnishings, and equipment, and contingency. So what we do is when we talk about these numbers, it's as turnkey as we can make it, because that's the only thing that does you all a bit of good in terms of consideration. You with me? So in fact, we're looking at construction a hair under 15 million versus the 12 million we started out several months ago talking about. And then we've got a little less than 3 million for all the development costs or soft costs, or however you want to put it, in the project.
So what does, on the mental health side, what do you, Tom, what are you thinking bed-wise on that or room-wise on that?
Again, like we talked about before, between 12 and 24.
I was just throwing 25, and you're thinking $200 a day? Is that what, I mean, I'm just trying to run numbers here. You know,
We're actually talking about, according to Dr. Caldwell, you might, depending on the level of treatment, you would be somewhere around $240 to $385 a day.
so just at 25 beds, just rough numbers, at $200 a day, 365 days a year, that's 1.8 million.
Correct.
I noticed on this last page of your sheet you handed us out that potential shortfall for the year is 371,000. I mean, what do you guess is the shortfall now with the existing facility?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
What do you say, it's more than that, double that? I mean, just because we're having to house people, you know, farm people out ourselves and this, and that, and the other?
Let me explain. I'm gonna jump
Which
in.
that's some good information. I was
Yes, sir.
just curious, but, you know, because for the taxpayer
Well, you're
themselves,
showing, at least Randy showed a recapture of about $8,600 for housing out, which I was really surprised was as modest as it was. But that's what he showed.
Yeah, the issue is, every time that we have to do some construction in there, whether it be the pipes are leaking again, you know, and we're running sewage down in dispatch, and you have to pour concrete or tear concrete, jackhammer it out, we gotta take prisoners out, because there's no place, it's right down the middle, you know, of the cells. And so you're having to house people away from here, because you can't keep them here. It's the same thing every time. COVID was a big thing. You know, everybody's was being released because of COVID. And so it's just now starting to where we're bringing people back in again. It's gonna be an issue no matter what. When it comes to farming people out, unless we have a facility, then we don't have to do that anymore.
I guess I was just impressed that would be all we would be short in a year's time would be 317,000 with a facility, but 371,000 with a facility that large. You know, that's
Chart B is the hard one. Chart B is your staffing and operations. Now, the manpower, we're showing Tom with a little additional staff, 12 jailers, a jail administrator, an under administrator, and administrative sergeants, because you want one working shift supervisor per shift. But they're working, they're not sitting in an office, okay? And then 12 jailers. You guys understand what a post is? Do you know how a post works? Okay. A post is a place in which post orders are written for a jailer to execute a range of duties, a range of responsibilities. If I design a full post, or Tom designs a full post, that's 4.5 to 5 paychecks you guys are signing, because that's how many people it takes to fill that 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You with me? Okay. Federal law requires you have 2 jailers on duty in all shifts, period. So you can come at this several different ways, but the point is that with a modern electronic facility, you can be pretty efficient. Now, I've also got a evidence custodian or manager, and I've got some transport built in. All right. We went over salaries and benefits and so forth, and you can see that on your exhibit. If you take, now, medical, we went to advanced correctional medical, actually before we even broached this mental health thing. And we asked them to extrapolate a jail this size for Coffee County, and those were the numbers they gave us from an annual perspective of 246,000 and then another 20,000 for pharmaceuticals. So that comes from your current medical provider. Okay. Then your utilities and so forth on down, and you come up with an annual operating budget of about $1,370,000. Now, the truth is, you and I aren't going to know what that real budget is, because we'll never know what the medical is before you look at it from the past year, but you try the best you can. And I have a healthy dollop of contractual services in there, which are your caseworkers, your psychologists, your social service people, and so forth. Now, let's go to chart C. And what I'm doing is I'm working the spread. I'm saying you have 78 beds. Some of them are going to be empty. Some of them you won't need yet. You may need in 5 years or 10 years. But on an average of 42 beds, that leaves a potential for 36 beds for revenue times my 85% custody slippage. And that comes out to that number based on Tom's and my $45 a day. That's all I'm assuming. Now, I could tell you stories of working directly with the marshals and with ICE that would curl your hair. They've got tens of thousands of beds they need yesterday. But all I'm assuming is 45.
It's only gonna get worse.
You got that right. I will tell you this, let me tell you this, in discussing this with the regional director of ICE, and I won't tell you which district or which manager, they inherited 92,000 bodies from the border. I asked him how many were level 2 and above. Level 1 is you're in the wrong country. Level 2 is you're arrested for a crime against property, then level 3 and level 4 and so forth. 45,000. 45,000.
I'd say 60%, but that's.
Well, you got MS-13, you've got the whole. All right. I've also got a dollop in there for inmate telephone, for commissary and what have you, not very much. I normally look at a fluctuation of about 4% loss in collections, and that comes down to about 540,000. Go to chart D. Okay, this is sources and uses. So I've got your present jail appropriations of 596,680. Because it was a little less, and then Tom or Randy came back for about 15,000 in additional from you guys. I got that. I've got revenues, chart C, and then again, I'm showing the 8663, which is what was budgeted for out of county housing. And that comes out to a little less than 115. I'm showing operations at 1.5 from chart B, and that's how, Tom, you end up with a net of 371 for a shortfall.
Right. It sounds like we just need to probably,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
What would it cost to do a 25-bed mental on top of this?
I don't know yet. That's something I want to sit down with our crosswinds people, not to mention advanced medical, and see. I don't know. When I look, and I brought a ton of articles with me that we've gotten from all over the place. Some of it is pretty schmancy and medical, surgical in nature. I really want to stay away from. I'm not trying to build a mini hospital here. So I want to see what kind of cost involved. But if you look at something around another 2.5 million.
For 25 more beds?
Yeah.
Has any other counties done
A few, mostly larger ones, that have done 500 and 600 or 800 bed facilities. They've taken 50 beds off and made them forensic in nature. But again, I'm looking at arming you with all three population types. Your arrested detainees. Your arrested detainees that have behavioral problems. Okay, I've got those first two covered in this. Okay, it's the third commitment group, whether through a judge or through crosswinds or whatever, that I want to explore with you the possibility of accommodating or housing.
My question was, has another county did the mental on their jail add-on in the state of Kansas? Or?
No. In other places, there's starting to be a few.
Has it seemed to work for them?
It's worked unbelievable. I mean, it's answering a need that
We definitely have it.
Well, you're saying a couple $1 million to add 25 beds to the already 17 million. But those 25 beds would make you, once it gets up and off, it's gonna take some time, but you're looking at $200 a head or per day, 1.8 million.
See, I calculated a little more than that you'll have some that are more severely impaired.
Possibly.
And so forth. So
I like to figure on the low side.
No, I get that. And you're obviously gonna have an operations, okay? But the thing about it is, you're gonna be sharing laundry, you're gonna be sharing kitchen, you're gonna be sharing emergency response. There's things that we can do that create a co-allocative environment that will save you money versus doing it as a standalone facility.
Not to mention you have to employ somebody to take care of those 25 beds, more staff, because your common jailer isn't equipped to do that, so. That $1 million, another 500,000 payroll.
Well, it's like he said, he probably figured a little more than that, you know. I mean, the way I look at it, it's kind of like reinvesting in the county.
Well, here's the thing that I'm getting. If you say to your community, we're gonna spend some money replacing our jail and justice, but we're also gonna spend some money on our targeted population so that we start to eat away at that revolving door. That gets a response from the public that we never could have anticipated 15 or 20 years ago. You with me? In other words, here's how this game works. Take a pie chart, divide it in half. 50% of that pie chart are your habitual offenders. They just can't play by the rules. They just, Tom will tell you, they just don't look out that window and see what you and I see, okay? Of the remaining 50%, 20% are your one-timers. They're good guys. They made a bad choice. They're gonna do a little jail time. They're gonna walk out and never come back. It's that 30% that are your targeted population. They're the ones I want to arm you with the possibility of them getting treatment, them never coming back again, them finding a place, a responsible place in society or in your community. You with me?
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do. And if you can convey that to the community, that we're not just doing another sexier form of warehouse, it's a whole different ballgame.
Then you don't have the fee for the second time they come back.
Just like 30 years ago out in Wind River Indian Reservation, when we realized all we were gonna do was spend $75,000 a bed at the time to put a guy back in there for the 38th time, or 22nd time, or 44th time.
Try to fix the problem.
So what I'm asking you is to endorse this. Let's get serious about giving this thing legs. It's not gonna get any cheaper. Or if it does, that's great, and so forth, but on the premise, it's not getting any cheaper to move forward.
I don't know how to proceed from here to get it to the voters, so to speak.
I'm sure Wade's got some good ideas.
Larry, would you touch on, and I know we talked about it behind the scenes, the steering committee that you used in Lynn County, and it's something that I brought up, I don't know, a month ago. Could you talk about that and why that's a good idea and a way to get started?
Let's do that. I'd love to work with community groups. They give you a perspective, they give you a testing of ideas that you just can't get any other way. Hold that thought. Number two is you guys have got to be aware, because you use it to some extent, that 20% of your community gets their information the old way. Us old guys still read newspapers or go to the coffee shop in the morning. Everyone else gets it off of Facebook or Twitter or YouTube or whatever, and I'm certainly not telling you anything you don't know, okay? Armed with those two things, we have moved mountains and worked miracles. I'll never forget, in Lynn County, they had like a 30-person jail group. It had the judges, you name it, it had contractors. And they said to me, you want to do a 50-cent sales tax? And I said, I don't know what I want to do. They said, well, we want the entire courthouse, everything done, because if we don't, how are we going to do this in 5 years or 10 years? What are we going to do then? And I said, there isn't a snowball's chance in heck that you guys are gonna pass a 1 cent sales tax in one fell swoop. They said, Mr. Goldberg, with all the respect, you don't know our community. And that 30 people got up, got out the vote, and the son of a gun passed by 81%. The second highest margin of victory in my career. Craig County, Oklahoma passed 84%. And I was flabbergasted. I'm not suggesting we need an additional tax at all, but what I'm suggesting is that that group of 25 or 30 or 35 people can help you guys move mountains. So what I'm asking is that you make the following decisions. Number one, to empower a justice advisory group made up of citizen volunteers, or volunteer citizens. From every walk of life in Coffee County. And that I work with them, the sheriff works with them. Obviously, one or two of you all would be involved. And we get this thing in focus. We look for a location. We hammer down prices and scope. We explore this mental health idea aimed toward putting it on the ballot, let's say in August or November. And remember, it's not the same world. We passed Woodbury County's $50 million bond issue in 3.5 months. So the idea that we need 8 months or a year or whatever to get the word out just isn't the case anymore. So timing wise, I'd love to do August so that if it passes, we can draw, and then the following spring, we bid it and hit the ground. I mean, if you were just looking ideally at a sequence of events.
Can I say something?
Sure.
This year is city school elections, and we may not have a primary. Most likely we won't, so we would only have a general. Otherwise, we would have to have a special election. So just bringing that to your attention.
Okay. So August may not be a ballot date unless we do a special election. Now, I have to tell you, we have had, in Dickinson County, we had a big mail-in ballot deal, and that seemed to work pretty well. Okay. All right. I will say we try and avoid special elections whenever we can, but it's not the anathema that it once was. And part of the reason is, I don't know what an election costs in Coffee, 25,000. I'm not sure. Would that be?
It'd be close for a city school.
Okay. And you say to a bunch of guys, if we wait till November, the inflation on construction will cost way more than that. People understand that today like never before. So that may be part of the discussion you all can have. And that's your call and your purview, okay? But what we would do is we would have public hearings. We would have civic groups. I'll come out as often, or my people will come out as often as we need to come out to assist in communicating this. But I am telling you that a citizens group like this, just, it works. It's a wonderful thing to watch.
As long as you have the right ones in that moving group.
True.
Still actually got to find the right people.
Yes, sir, you do.
And Don, I would encourage each of you, similar to the COVID committee that seemed to work wonders behind the scenes. I would encourage each of you to go out to the four corners of the county and find people in your districts and talk to them and get them on board, because you need the four corners of the county.
But I am telling you that the mood of these communities for essential infrastructure is pretty positive. Mercer County, Missouri passed a law enforcement tax. I never would have dreamed it. Just small, medium, and large. People are saying, let's get going. This stuff ain't gonna get any cheaper. We're tired of the old crap crumbling. I mean, whatever their motivation, it seems to be in a positive direction.
Well, Larry, you brought us a tremendous amount of information today. To me, it's the first time I've seen any of it, really. And under your judgment, remodeling the old jail, something we shouldn't even look at all.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Even though the other was gonna cost 2.5 times more.
Yes.
I still have a hard time vision that our inmate population is gonna explode. I shouldn't maybe say explode, but expand like we see the studies all the time. But like you said, we can bring people in to assist too.
Yes, you can, but Don, look at it this way. Even if my projections are wrong, even if the truth is all you needed was 40 or 50 beds, which we can do.
Yeah, but that's gonna cost 90% of what 78 is.
Exactly, and all the other stuff to make a facility compliant, constitutionally compliant, compliant with jail standards, compliant with federal requirements, and so forth. You've got to find a way to provide.
Yeah. Now, I'm not trying to throw cold water
Oh,
on
no. I agree, because if I can't convince you, I sure as heck can convince Aunt Betty out there, and so forth. Now, the fact is whether you use reserves or whatever, we can work in a bunch of different ways. As I said, these are working documents. I owe you all probably updated drawings as well as renderings and stuff.
I was gonna ask you how much more you have to bring to the table before we reach out,
Well,
start reaching out.
No, start reaching out now. You know, I remember when we were doing Rice County, and it was a no tax increase bond issue because of remonstrance. And a gal stood up in a public meeting and she said, Mr. Goldberg, I just don't understand. You keep talking about 57,000 for this item, and I show 46,000. You keep waving a document. And I realized, I said, what draft do you have? And she looked, she goes, well, I got draft 3. And someone else stood up and said, well, I got draft 5. And someone else stood up and said, well, I got draft 4. And the neat thing was that they were all paying attention. They all wanted to understand how it worked, how the numbers worked, what I was accurate on and what was guesstimate, and so forth. Well, Rice County passed their deal by 67 or 68%, and the rest is history. And so, you know, years ago, nobody would have followed this. I invented this. Today, everybody does. And so anyhow, I look forward to working with you all in the next steps to come and hope that we can make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
You bet.
So just so I can be sure, it's okay if we go ahead and have a committee meeting, so I can kind of get this ball started this evening?
I'm good with it.
Thank you.
You said he needed some of these back.
You need any of this stuff back?
We can make copies.
Okay.
Are you Bill?
Yes.
We're running a little bit behind. I didn't see you here earlier, that's why I let Goldberg go. But if you want to come on up.
Okay. My name's Bill Nosley. I worked out at the county shop. Been here 6 years. And, I was one of them situations, I think a lot of us probably been involved in a dealing of some sort where you had a verbal agreement and it didn't work out. And sure enough, after that happens, there's always some smart aleck, some know-it-all comes up and says, well, you should have got it in writing. I told you, you should have had it in writing. Well, for the last 2 years, I've been working under this chart right here, which I understand no longer really valid, but it's posted on the wall at the county shop. It's been there. It's still there, in fact. It's on the bulletin board down there. It says at the end of these 2 years, with my good reviews, I've not got a bad write-up or anything, I'm gonna get $1.09 an hour raise. I get a step increase. And then I see some information that come through just recently where I find out I'm gonna get 46 cents an hour instead. And I don't think it's right. I don't like it. I don't think any of you would either. You probably wouldn't just sit still and say, oh, well, walk it out. That it turns out to be money I used to take care of my family and such. It seems to be unfairly applied across the board as far as there's another person working in the same capacity, and I don't begrudge anyone their money. I don't want to take anyone away from anything. We all work for it. There's a group of people that got step increases last year when I didn't get anything. And one of them is thinking about, he's gonna get 62 cents an hour. Get a bigger raise than I did, even though it was a week behind it, or a year behind it. And I don't think it's right. Since I called and made this appointment, I found out, I guess, that this isn't new information to any of you, is it? I mean, you knew there was gonna be some discrepancy, or some things in here that people didn't like. I don't know if my idea was to give us all our step increases April 1st that we were due. We've been waiting 2 years and then applied the new chart. And that's what I'm here asking you all to do now. That's really all I've got to say. If anybody got questions, I'll do what I can.
I guess I'm in the loss for words, because like I've told other people, I haven't sat down and looked at each individual person and what was gonna become of their salary. So this is one of those instances.
I will say that I'm not the only one in this position. I've heard the number at somewhere 44 to 41 people that are in similar circumstances. I know of 2 others for sure, 3. I've talked to a couple other people that thought they were getting a bad deal too, and it turns out that's a matter of opinion. There's some different circumstances involved. But I think I'm not the only one here. And I guess I'd like to speak for everybody. I'm not just here for myself. Again, I don't begrudge any of the other people like that. I don't want to take any money away from anybody that's working for it here. But I think the right thing to do is to give us, been waiting 2 years, give us our step increase, please.
So even with the step increase in the new chart, it still shortfalls you by 50-some cents is what you're saying?
With the way the new chart's ported, yeah. I get 46 cents instead of $1.09. Was it 62.30?
Bill's visited with me a couple times over the telephone, and I told him, I said, Bill, all regards, I am new. I don't know the old chart like you guys do. Me and Tim are probably the outs on that. So I wanted him to come in. I said, call, get a meeting with the commissioners here and see if we can address the situation, fairly, which we knew going into the chart was not going to be fitting for everybody, But I mean, if you wait 2 years and like Bill described it, you're 1st and 10 and you move the goalposts, how's that to an employee?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't think anybody would be happy with that, and which I'm not saying good or bad against, which, but I'm just saying that it's a situation that needs to be addressed.
Well, I wonder if we could talk to Lisa to help us remedy this situation, because I get fully what you're saying, and yeah, it wouldn't sit well with me either. Anybody got any suggestions other than, I'm saying, just approaching Lisa to, you say, you think there's 40-some employees?
That's the number I've heard, 44, 41 to 44, and I'm not sure.
I think there was 44 originally, some place in the low 40s set up for, the step. Of course, the old steps is a two-year,
Correct,
where this is gonna be a one.
correct.
And we absolutely, or I am anyway, absolutely knew that there was gonna be some issues come up with a project that's been in place for 25 to 30 years. You adapt a new policy, it's not gonna be a perfect fit for every employee. And I understand where you're coming from, Bill. A year ago, we give the two-step increase, to those that qualified. This year, we didn't hold anybody back, but we just moved them one step, so technically, it's only about half of what you would have received. And I know exactly where you're coming from. I don't know exactly if we need to step in and start making changes here, at what point do we stop making adjustments and changes?
Can I say something? As I was sitting here listening to him talk about the old chart and then the new chart, so the ones that got the step last year, and like you said, I don't know which person he's talking about, but they're moving up 60 cents. So those that would be eligible to move up this year, they kind of are losing out. Because if the ones that moved last year are moving one step this year, then they're not getting their step. So, I can see what he's talking about. I don't know the exact number, but, we could work on that and try to figure that out, and I can call Lisa if you want me to.
I would,
To work with her on
It
that.
was 42 to 44, but we sold 2 months ago.
for me,
I've got that written down.
that might have been something that Lisa never even just picked up on either, wasn't realizing at the time.
Could
Can't
be a
speak for
total
her.
oversight.
Yeah, I think there's so in there that could be oversight, so.
Will she be
My-
here next week?
Is she here next week?
Yeah, if I wait till next week, you're gonna push us into payroll again, so, I need to call her now, today.
Yeah, go ahead and call her, and then she's gonna be here next week, so. Still start, get the conversation rolling, and let's,
Be a lot easier to correct now than it would go later on and try to look back and.
I don't think I can wait another whole week, because that's the 19th, and then we have to start payroll.
It's a short month.
It's a short month.
yeah, go ahead and start the conversation.
Okay.
My understanding was that I've got 3 columns on there, you can't see, maybe I should have made a chart, we are current wage, and then they take that wage and port it over to the new and the next step up, which is relatively, in this case, I was at 1990, and that next step makes it 2006. Okay, I'm the next there. And then they give everybody their first step increase under the new system.
Which wound up 2036,
2036 is wound up, correct.
2.31% increase.
Mhm. And the others. And well, if we have our step increases to start with, and even if we just give us our step increases and move us up to the next notch on the other one, without the technical, we're a lot better off than we are now.
Yeah, we could do that. Move them up on that chart, and then just place them on the other chart, and don't give us up there.
Give us our step increase and, place it on the other chart.
Stay back on the old chart, move it up to the closest on the new chart,
And
call it wonderful.
Yeah.
That,
That would be acceptable. I think we'd all be happy with that.
We already did that. The last CP5 that was turned in by the department heads, that's exactly what happened.
You moved them up on the old chart to the
You
right.
moved everybody on their step, and you basically found the next and closest one on the new chart. That was what was submitted on the last CP5. And then that was rejected. Then Lisa came in, and then you guys had visited about it. And you said, no, we keep them where they're at. We come closest to the chart, and we move everybody up one.
That's what they told us to do, yes.
Yeah. So the CP5 that was turned in, when you guys had that discussion about 42 people, 44 people, that's when that was done. So we tried that. I agree with Bill. They spent 2 years up to that point, but it's your decision. I mean, you guys had 2 options that you worked with, but I agree with Bill that basically they had the time in step and we were waiting to get that time. So.
For me, it's just acknowledgement that's coming into this mess, from that mess. It's tough for me to look at one and go to the other. So I like this one a lot better. Yeah, there's gonna be some things I might have to do to make it right. So.
Was everybody fine with what Angie has suggested then? And which was originally presented, we just didn't. Okay.
And you should have those in your books, actually. The CP5s should be currently in your books. And the only thing that she changed on her chart was basically option 1 and option 2 was option 1 was going up 2% from 1 year to basically the market medium. And then after that, it was 1.5%.
Right.
Okay. Those were the changes that was made on the option 1 and option 2. Right. And I believe option 1 was less percent, but it took you longer to get there or something like that. So. But the CQ5 that was submitted had that one that Bill's talking about. And you should see his name on my CP5, where he would be at. And that'd be prior to that chart change.
Well, regardless, I mean, regardless, we gotta do the right thing.
We thought we were doing the right thing. I mean, I kind of all agree with that, so.
I would say get with Lisa.
I mean, we agreed when we started the salary study, no way to get a cut in pay, but we didn't. Again, it's just one of those.
Yeah, nobody got a cut. They didn't give what.
We shouldn't be stopping anybody from achieving what was in place.
Exactly.
I would say that too.
That's a good way to put it.
You were
Realizing when we made that motion, that's what we were doing, I guess. Not realizing, I should say.
Your current salary last year, Bill, was $19.90.
Correct.
And under the new one, the CP5 went to $21.46, correct? Is what Wayne presented.
But Bill would
I
not have
haven't
that
seen that
information.
document myself. I did not. I'm sorry about that.
But Bill would not have that information. The CP5 was not made to the employees.
It would be 2036 because with the change in the chart for the percentage rate, it drops to 10 cents. So to get him on the new chart,
That would be 2136.
2036.
2036.
What's the old chart show that Bill will be making in that step? You look at the old chart.
2099.
29.9. And that being said, you'd go to step L at 2129,
That's right,
correct?
correct.
2029. 2129.
Correct.
So going for, because we didn't back anybody up, we went from there forward.
Yeah.
And I think there is 44. Because we looked at that here 2 months ago, or whatever. If that was agreeable, that would award those people that were expecting that one step, which is 2 years, for the new programs every year.
And then with the ones from last year that got a step, they're getting a step this year.
You know,
And then-
1 year step.
So they're already getting their 1 year step, and then next year they'll be one step, and then they'll be one step, so it kind of puts everybody
Back on the
back on.
even field.
Everybody fine with that? I'm fine with it.
Bill fine with that?
I'm fine with that.
I don't think there's any of those 44 that would be. That will, you know, that's roughly an increase of 44 employees, roughly somewhere between 50 and 60,000 extra annual increase.
Annual increase.
Somewhere between 50 and 60. But at least we're rewarding those that expected to earn it as of April 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, St. John.
Probably a talk now, and then talk to Lisa first.
We'll just proceed ahead with that,
I think you need to get the figures first, and then you can, once you have the figures, you can analyze it, see if you have any questions, and then make a motion, but making a motion without any figures is.
Okay. Well, you can get us those numbers, I guess.
How long does that take you to put that?
I'll work on it this week and have it ready by next week.
But I think, like I said, it's 44, I think.
Always another hurdle.
This may slow us up for getting it this month, but.
As long as it's right. Yes, I mean, I don't care how long it takes, as long as it's right.
Yeah.
And everybody's treated.
I think that probably makes it right, Jesse.
Another hurdle for the salary study. Never a dull moment. Karen, I apologize, we're running behind.
That's fine. I believe Donna said I had a motion for my new staff member, and I believe she said she was gonna put it in your book, underneath the, in my time slot.
Which was
11:15.
about an hour ago. It is. All right, awesome. I don't normally have to go back that far. So we have a motion to authorize and direct the chairman to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Lacey Brooks, new hire for the position of office specialist in the county treasurer's office, classification 30-B, at wage of $16.91, effective 4/8/21.
And I'd just like to add that, I do have Scott at the step B. I had intended on putting her at step A. When you guys first started talking about it, you had the amount that was for step A. I told her this is how much you're going to be earning. And when you started manipulating the salary study and changing the numbers, the A step was below what I had told her I would hire her at. So I just went to the next step B.
Okay.
I think we've had that happen before, so we'll, yeah. I wondered if, since during that time frame, that was not something that.
We were in a time there when we couldn't give you the exact, as you're aware, we couldn't give you the exact dollar amount to work with.
Well, I waited till after, because I came in and spoke to you that day, and you guys passed it that day and said you were passing it, and that was the amount, and I contacted the clerk's office, for that, and, that's the amount I said I would start her at, so I just feel like that I have to, start her at the next available one.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
Don seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the other thing I was going to bring up to you, and I think Mr. Nicely brought it up to you, I had provided you all a memo back when I submitted my CP5 that showed the exact same thing. I had 2 staff members that were going to be losing money. So I'm happy that they're going to be rewarded for their last 2 years of work.
Sounds like we're going back to catching all of them, correct?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Um,
Just one of those oversights.
Then I would like to, one other thing, I was listening to the meeting upstairs at my desk, and I understood you this morning to say you had abatements totaling $72.
Yes, that was what was in front of us. Yeah.
Okay, I think they were actually added taxes. I don't think they were abatements, because I think something we've been waiting in our office for a gentleman there for a 2019 and then 2020 tax. And I just thought since you guys made a motion there, that you may need to change
I got
something.
$72.
They were $72, but they were an added tax. They were a tax that was
Not
missed.
abatement.
They weren't taking money away. They were going to be adding money, which you guys normally don't have to sign off on add. So that's what I just wanted, because
I think Jerry was told they were abatements, so.
It does say abatement on it.
Yeah, it is.
can I see one of the form? I haven't seen the form. We don't see it till later on.
It's the entire.
I just need whatever the form says.
That's reading global, it just has abatement.
Your ads.
Yeah, it is. Both of them say escape down at the bottom. That means it's an ad because it was
Just look at the
escape.
motion.
So,
Okay.
anyway, so I don't know what you need to do with that motion, but it should be added taxes, not.
And we don't need to
escape
put that into a motion.
That's just, we'll just,
Take the extra money.
Okay. So we'll just have to rescind that
rescind
motion.
that motion.
Okay. And the other thing, I still am gonna go back. I know that you guys, keep telling me you don't wanna talk about it, but, you have a salary study that you have reiterated many, many times that you said that if what the salary study came back with, you guys would honor the salary study. And I'm gonna reiterate again, I'm gonna come back every so often, I guess is what, if I have to, because the salary study states that there should not be any compression between the higher paid people in your office and your department head. So I'm asking you to revisit my salary.
Your salary is to mirror the clerk's salary minus 20% because of the IRS money you get for your tax, correct? Which that sums motor vehicle tax, which sums somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000. That goes to you, correct?
I have additional compensation,
Right.
but no, my salary does not mirror by the 80%.
Well, and I think it has been, it's gotten behind if I've done my research correctly, and I think we need to bring up to the 80% of the clerk salary, then do the motor vehicle money to you also. To
Well,
make
I'm
the
gonna-
20% offset.
As you know, there's a disagreement on the 80%.
But I think that's what they've done for a long, long time. Is that correct?
Commissioner, I'm gonna jump in.
Okay.
So I was gonna suggest that every department head, every elected official, that they get back on the agenda. I didn't realize last week or the week before that only one had been discussed, and that was IT. Unless I missed it. And everybody, this board needs to go through every single one of those individuals. And either everything stays the same, something changes, something doesn't, and that includes the treasurer, that includes everybody else. So I would request that next week or the week after, that there be a time slot designated for that discussion, and that can include the county treasurer.
Do them all on the same day?
They all need to be done on the same day. Doesn't need to be piecemeal. Everybody needs to be discussed at the same time. And then that discussion with Karen can occur at that time and that place.
Okay. Is there any information you would like me to put together? Obviously, I'm gonna put together what I think is valid to bring towards you, but is there any other documentation you would like me to bring forward?
I would like to know what the motor vehicle tax has been that you received
Okay.
as compensation for the 20% time.
Mhm.
I'd like to know what that is. I think that's only fair.
I'm not going to agree that it's 20%. You're not gonna lock me into that again.
Would that be last year's or would it be this year's?
I wouldn't have this year's yet, because obviously, the year hasn't finished out and it's figured out in January and, but I would like you guys to consider, just how much transactions and, you know, I'm gonna look at it, now I'm gonna move away from just my salary to my staff salary. Where they put them on the salary study, I do not agree with. I have told Lisa I didn't agree with it. And she refused to budge. But my office is the main face of the county. If you want to ask how many people walk into my office, almost everybody in this county at some point touches my office. Whether you have a driver's license, a Kansas ID card, a motor vehicle, or you own property. At some point, I would say nearly every person in this county touches our office at one way or another. And when they did the study, they did not come in and sit in our office. So they didn't see what we do. She did not ask for the number of transactions that run through our office. And I think that's important. When she went to other counties, I don't know that she asked, does your person do tax and motor vehicle, or do they just do one or the other? Because like in Franklin County, that is two separate offices. You either collect tax or you do motor vehicle. You don't do both of those things. Plus, like Franklin County doesn't do driver's license. Not every county that they did does commercial motor vehicle. Not all of them do driver's license. And I was never asked, I mean, yes, we gave a job description of what we do, but I don't believe, I've had staff members that have worked at other places throughout their lives, and they have said, this is the hardest job there is to learn, because it changes at a minute's notice with the state. And it's just always, it's so wide variety. Somebody can bring in a title. You can bring in a title, Jesse. Bob, you could bring in a title, and the paperwork that goes with each one of those titles can be completely different because of the situation. Did you buy yours in state? Did you buy yours out of state? Was yours brand new? Was yours a used one? It's so much different, and we have to know that information, and we have to not only be able to process those, But we have to be able to answer those questions at the drop of a hat when somebody calls in and wants to know information. So I am going to disagree with where they were put. And that, I guess I'll just leave it at that. But I'll look forward to then having the discussion with you regarding my salary. And I'll bring what I can. I'll get that information as far as the report that I submit. And then I give to the auditor. Okay, thank you.
Tony?
Hello.
Good morning.
I'm coming before you today to try to get Mark Hopkins increase on his salary. He has the same designation as I do. He has to get 120 hours every 4 years. And right now he's making 56 cents more than my office coordinator. And I would like to move that if I could. This is what I'm proposing.
Well, is he not gonna get the step increase?
Yes, he is, but I'm trying to get him where he's over people that he supervises. Right now, he's gonna make $29.11, and my office coordinator's at $28.12. I put it on my CP5, but I don't know that anything's done. I've had this problem all along, and just trying to be more fair to him. She is going to be maxed out, so she's just going to be getting the cost of living raise from not here on out. So I think that would help him stay about where she's at.
So,
If I'm not there, he's running the office.
I'm running out of words. I mean, are we gonna just, every week, somebody just gonna be coming in and saying,
No, I was
I'm
just-
not being paid enough money?
I'm thinking we should start alphabetical and just go through every employee and see what they want.
Yeah, I guess so.
What grade level is Mark on? This don't have a grade level.
He's at, it has step, oh, you mean?
What grade level?
He's on,
50 or?
I mean, we said we could do the salary study.
he's on 60.
He's on 60.
Every employee is above minimum.
Yeah,
Minimum.
Step 60
I don't,
at. There's my glasses. 2911.
Okay, he's in grade 60, I see it now. Bob Underwood.
Where are you gonna fit in from?
Want to move him to a J? No,
He's at a J. He's at a J. I was gonna move him up to, M.
well,
I guess, dude,
I guess the deal of it is for me, I mean,
it's Tom's.
go back to a train wreck is the way Wayne described, or Wade described it as a salary study, I guess. I mean, I know we all said we'd honor it and stand behind it. We haven't done any of that since this, I mean, we're just constantly changing things.
Well, I can understand.
I could get, I got Bill Nighy as
I can
why he
understand
needed
his.
that, why, I got that. I mean,
But just because they're 40 cents above somebody they're supervising, I can't see it. Or 10 cents above somebody they're supervising.
I just, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to look at it further. I mean, Dylan's been all over this salary study.
So we've said several times, it's not gonna be a perfect fit. We did exactly what our department heads wanted to do, and that was retain a very, very professional firm. And even though they're very, very professional, we knew there's probably gonna be some issues come out of it. And I fully understand, and I think all of us understand that. But there's gotta be a point where we stop. and we move ahead with a plan in place. And I think we've reached a point where we need to accept it. The plan has been accepted and move ahead with it. If not, like Tom said, we'll have
Next week
one or
will be-
two requests in here every week. At what point do we shut it down and honor?
No disrespect to anybody. I don't mean it that way at all. It just seems mind-boggling sometimes. Just, you know, we paid thousands of dollars for this study and
I've been trying to get Mark caught up for a long time and it's just
Yeah.
haven't been able to. I think Bob, have you been in when I've had to ask for more from Mark on the CP5?
I don't recall.
And I'm not saying you haven't, not like I say, no disrespect to Mark at all. I just,
And that's a full-time position, I'm assuming.
Yes, sir.
I didn't know.
I ponder it, I guess, at best.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
so I think what needs to happen first is everybody get put into the system, they get in whatever slot they're gonna be in the county payroll software. And then after that's established, then if people wanna come in and make requests, then that can be done. I think Wayne has had a conversation with me about some of his employees where they need to move, the request will be to move in step classification. And I've encouraged him to wait because every time numbers are changed, that impacts getting everything where they need to be and get the current salary structure up and running. So it's not that these things don't need to come to this board's attention. Just what I would encourage everybody to wait until the green light is out that says everything's finalized, because now there's gonna be changes with the 40 or 44 people. Those are gonna be new figures and that's gonna delay things. So if what Connie's trying to do, what Wayne's wanting to do, it just is put off until 30 days or so. I think everything will be in a better position to be able to take these things up, and it doesn't look like we're changing this, we're changing this, we're changing this, and then we're not getting anything accomplished. That would be because I don't think what's being requested is unreasonable or out of line, and it'll be the same with Wayne when he brings it up to the board. It's just right now, you gotta get a baseline to start with before you start changing things, and the baseline hasn't even been established yet.
That's where my frustration is.
Yeah. Well, let's get something in motion first and then address the issues after that, basically, in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank Tom.
That'll help Andy out too.
Yeah.
Just get the green
Let's
light,
get the
like,
system going and.
for lack of a better term, on, as I've heard. Get it off and running and go from there. If you want a break,
We take a break.
we need a 10-minute break.
Trying to show that map, but it just kept flopping all over the place. The Matthias Lake map.
Wayne, I think you're back up after this.
Yeah, got a couple motions, 4 motions to do. Then I'd like to talk about, unless they want to go ahead and jump right into what we do on our project, since Bill's here. Bill came back to have that discussion. So, either they can do maybe 4 quick motions or jump right into our projects, what all we do.
I think if that's what Mr. Fry's here for, then you can cover that, so he can, if he has any questions.
Yeah. I think that's probably. Yeah, we were talking May on the others, I think. You and I were talking about that last week. Maybe get that in May. So. That would be good. So Bill, what's that, you building a big old house down there? Across my way now, you know we're neighbors.
Yeah.
Across the way, you got a big old house going in, don't you?
Oh, it's not too big.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah.
You look good. About finished or?
Starting on the sheet rock.
Okay.
It's a long process.
Mm-hmm. Are you doing it yourself?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just getting material and everything is almost doubled in price.
Yes, it has. Yeah. I'm scrapping everything down. Some of the things that I threw away or thought I was throwing away, I'm digging back out of the pile. That's how expensive it is.
OSB boards tripled.
And,
We bought all of our stuff last summer.
oh, okay.
And now we're having trouble with the contractors, like the brick.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want to deliver it. Now they want to add 20% onto it.
But you already paid for it, right?
Yes.
I'll see how they can do that, but yeah. That's crazy. I don't see how they could do that. Huh.
Well, I don't know the legals, but they're all claiming COVID.
Yeah.
And they're using that for the reason they can add on.
Oh.
And I don't know the legals of that.
I don't either. I was visiting with the lumberyard here in Waverly, and they said they won't even give out prices because it changes by the day. And then I noticed on Menard's flyer, they didn't even have any board prices.
Nothing.
No, I didn't see anything as far as, 2x4s, plywood, or anything like that.
When Griff was doing crack fill blocks, we had one company that guaranteed the price for that day.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was it. One day.
I bought two 3,200 gallon water tanks and last October and December, of course, I didn't need them until a month ago, but anyway, they kept saying, well, we'll be getting them to you. We're going to bring them to you. We're going to bring them to you. They brought them to me last week and they went up $2,000 a piece. And I said, I bought them last year and I didn't pay for them because you said, wait till we bring them to you. And now you raised them $2,000. I said, how's this? And he goes, well, because of COVID, that's what we'd have to pay.
Yeah.
Then the people that poured the basement, it's just gotta be figured out, but when I gave them my down payment, they paid off the house they did before mine. And when I gave them my last payment, they paid off the house they did after mine. And now the concrete company sued us for the concrete because they never got paid for it. State of Kansas is involved in it, and it's proven that our money was used to pay off the house after. So there's no more writing checks to anybody without all the checks we send to somebody, like our heating and air, was put in the company they bought the equipment from on the check.
Okay.
But I mean, how do you figure that all out? The company's been in business pouring basements for years and never had a problem until now. But the concrete people admitted they've always had a problem, but they always caught up, so they always just kept extending it to them. And that's my complaint. If you had a problem, then why did you wait 6 months to sue me for the concrete?
How many bedrooms is that?
3, I think.
We just gotta put them together.
basement and all that? Cool.
I don't know where they're at, they're here somewhere. They're on here.
That's what I'm worried about, like, we take like, people like Menards, who bought a lot of lumber from them, let's give them a check up front.
We
They
can't
don't
afford
live
them.
for 2 months.
That's where I'll go with that.
The way the economy's going, somebody may get hurt over that.
Well, we're back.
Okay.
Wayne?
Yes, sir. Well, however you would like to do it, I have 4 motions to go through, but Bill's here as well. And if you wanted to talk about the projects, I asked Jeff and Ryan to come up and they have some documents just to talk about the things that we do. So, you know, we've had discussions about what is the number for the highway department, how many employees we want to have. I thought the best way to do that was to really see all the work that we do, all the projects.
We have another
involved
work study session for that?
It could be.
Get through your motions today and, I mean.
Just however you want to do it. I think Bill had some questions, but, and that's why we invited him back, but however you want to do
I
it.
know we had questions about ditches. Why
Yes.
some got done and why some didn't.
Right.
And your reply was, sometimes you're busy and you gotta go elsewhere to do something.
We look at our priorities and we basically move as we need to. And I thought some of this discussion,
Remobilization is expensive, not?
it is.
Mr. Chairman, I made this comment last week and you weren't here. And I made the comment that maybe we need to be looking where we want to head. Do we want to start contracting projects out or what we want to do? And I'll be honest with you, I don't think a week is long enough time. We haven't discussed it. And we decided we do it, maybe not do it or might do it, but I think we need to sit down as a commission and have a real good discussion about that before we really proceed much farther with putting people in positions and hiring new people and all these. I think that's where I'm thinking we need to do.
Oh, I think a good study session for succession plans with Wayne and me, so to speak, is what you're talking. I mean,
Well, I think the whole county overall, not just road and grid. I think the whole thing, we need to take, we as commissioners need to sit down and see where we want this county headed. How we want to do these things.
that's a possibility, probably, ought to, yes. Sorry, I don't know, you made the comment earlier that prior commitments, and this and that and the other, and that's why you mobilize in, you mobilize out, skip a ditch here, skip a ditch there, is that why, what he's talking about, Bill?
I believe it's a little more complicated than that, but when you have over 100 requests, plus you have all the projects we have listed, you can't just stop at one place and then expect to, just because you're mobilized there, to be able to go ahead and keep working 5 miles up that same road. You got to pick and choose the projects that you have, and you place basically the emphasis of the work that needs to be conducted and what's important.
Well,
It's
that's
no more.
what I'll go back to again, like Matthias Lake project, that's a big enough dirt project that I would have thought any reputable dirt contractor would love to bid that for you. And that way you wouldn't be having to pull off to go do something else, go with all your work orders and requests and this and that and the other.
And I'm not arguing with you on that. So, but at this point, we have not done that type of work as far as contracting out. We have not looked at contractors to look at the work that we have at hand. So that has not been an option.
For the sizable ones, I mean, it wouldn't be no much different than, I mean, we're not in the business of laying asphalt, so we look at contractors for that. I mean,
We don't have the equipment for the hot mix asphalt.
Yes, but
But
a sizable dirt project, we don't have the manpower to be doing it if we got all these other requests and work orders in.
And I would say that's definitely something, a direction that we would want to take from you. How would you like to do that? I mean, would you like to contract big projects out? And when would you like to do that? Would you like to basically list those on the construction projects at the beginning of the year and say, we'd like to contract these out, because each one of them, as you do, is also gonna set in place actions, that's gonna need to take place to be able to get a contract per se, to get the bidding process that's gonna need to be taken versus doing our own work. I'm sorry?
That's why we have you though.
Mine is that we've done all the work. We have the people, the equipment. We have not contracted basically work out at this point. If that's the direction that you want to take, then that's what we would go.
When you speak of, you know, Bill's concern is why one ditch and not the other, and then you have prior commitments, you got long work order, you mobilize in, you mobilize back, you mobilize in, you mobilize back. Costs money.
It does. It does.
So I mean.
But we're
bigger
service
projects,
based.
You didn't, yeah.
We're a service-based organization, for the people or the equipment that you provide for us, also basically measures the amount of service that we're able to conduct. If you're wanting to contract work, let me give you an idea, say chip seal, fog seal, for example, I contacted a
I consider
contractor.
that maintenance, so I think if you got the equipment and the manpower to do it, that'd be fine.
But we also have the equipment and manpower to do the dirt work. When does it stop?
I can give
Mine
an
is take
example. I
direction
can give
from
an
you.
example. In my mind, I can give an example. This driveway up on Highway 50, this private driveway we're doing, we've been talking about that for 2 or 3 years. To me, that would be a contract job. You go in, you hire someone to do it. Then we as a county could be doing some of these other 1,200 work orders or whatever they are, instead of our crew spending time on that project. To me, I by there the other day and looked at it, that's a pretty good sized project.
So are you under impression that we're taking that project on?
Well, I don't know. I'm under the impression we're not doing anything with it except talk about it for the last 2 years.
Well, did I not come back to you several months ago about basically we got 80-20 funding from KDOT on that particular project?
Okay,
So basically that's going to be a contractor project.
okay. Well, that's what I
But
think.
80% funds.
Those are things I think we need to be doing. There may be other projects like that. It may not be 80-20, but it might be to our advantage to go ahead and contract other projects like that out and get them done.
That's the direction that I'm wanting to get from you. That's the direction I'm asking you. And the way I can do that is when I do my beginning of the year projects.
How many of your projected projects would have outside funding available or grant funding available, or we wouldn't have to fund 100% of it? There's probably not very many projects that outside funding isn't available.
Yeah.
And of course, I've never been been in the business for dirt work and all that kind of stuff other than concrete for the elevators, but I would be rest assured that contracting dirt work out like the Matthias or like down there southwest Leroy, that mile stretch there. If we had an outside contractor bid that, it'd be 25% higher than what we're charging the county. And that's just an estimate, because I don't know.
Well,
some projects, yeah, you can. You could probably do cheaper than hiring a contractor maybe, but the larger ones, I guess I was just leading up to you have to mobilize in, you have to mobilize out, and that was your explanation for Mr. Fry as to why maybe his ditch hadn't been done. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Yeah.
Once again, we had over 100 projects, basically residential requests. We have all the projects in our 2021 construction book. When you take a look at contractor pricing, when you look at, say, our chip seal, fog seal, just for the amount of miles that we did last year, and this is prices that I got just last week from a contractor, for the same amount of miles, we would have paid $1,882,000 to a contractor for what our work was. That's our labor, equipment, and material. That was $1,083,000. We basically saved the county just under $800,000.
I have no doubt there's some projects that you probably shouldn't be contracting out, but I don't know.
But that's the one I asked to take direction from you.
So how are we gonna answer Bill's question? I mean, don't we really need to wait for the township board?
I would think that they're the only people that we can deal with, the
Yeah.
township board. We can't, Wayne's gone through this many a time. If they've ever listened to it, they've heard us. We've invited them, they're not here. So.
Is there another action we can take if we don't get response from the township board?
Well,
If it's that,
I think it's gonna be coming through Angie is basically what the statutes, what you can do. I mean, if you have basically a township, now, I'm stepping outside my knowledge base here, okay, folks, but if you have a township that's not meeting, and I'm not just saying Hampton, I'm saying any township.
Correct.
That's not meeting, not conducting basically meetings as per statute. Then the next question is, what is the ramifications? And that basically becomes the county clerk. Is to say, okay, this is what you do. Either you appoint people to run the township, or the county takes over the township responsibilities. Just like we have done in cemetery boards. For example, when a township gives up its cemetery or cemetery responsibilities, then the county takes it over by statute. And that's the same thing happens here. I would hate that the township would go into that. I would hate that the county would force the township to basically relinquish its responsibility. But once again, it's outside my bailiwick. That would be either Angie and Wade question, and I don't have the answer to that.
Well, I wonder the situation, if this was a Dunwood Township and we was having this problem in, what would we be doing? The thing is, Hampton Township has a whole bunch of money and everybody seems to know it and they want to spend their money. They don't want to spend their money. That's kind of the kicker. They don't want to spend it if somebody else wants to spend it for them. But if it was a township that we have that didn't have the money, what would we do? Would we go in and we do it? Or what? I mean, that's what I want to know. What would we do in any other situation? That's a unique situation because that township has money and we wanted to spend their money doing it. But if they didn't have money, if they didn't have any money, what would we be doing out there now?
Well, either the township basically raises enough funds, which some townships, it would take them forever, okay? Hampton Township basically has the power
It
plant.
wouldn't matter.
Yes, that's right, because Hampton Township has a power plant. You take some of the other townships that do not have basically a large revenue source, it would take them forever. Then what you're gonna be looking at there is the county taking on the money. County taking on the responsibility to basically fund the project.
What's the funding of Hampton Township?
I'm not for sure what the mill levy would be on to it.
What's your question, Jesse?
What is their mill levy? Zero. Zero.
By choice. I mean,
I think that's right.
by choice. They can go in every year by statute and actually ask or request a certain mill levy. And I think there's still a limit on that.
Hampton, the evaluation of last year's sheet, 472 million. And that, of that, 470 million of it is a utility company.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 99.5% of the evaluation of Hampton Township. And if I got my decimal points in the right place, only 25 hundredths of 1 mil would raise 118,000.
Mm-hmm.
I know that only $590 is the landowners. So it's a huge, they've got funds available. Of course, the utility company would be paying 99.5%. But there's lots of funds available for Hampton Township to do a huge amount of work out there and basically no taxation to the landowners.
Mm-hmm. And that would be a perfect contractor project because it could not be a road and bridge.
I was gonna visit with, the township board. I was hoping they'd be here today, and I'll be more than happy to visit with Jim, because I'm a great friend of Jim. I don't know Melissa, I've never met her. But the funding would, of course, the tax levy, I don't know whether the tax levy would be a part of this, since they haven't had tax, or whether that's a question for someone else in the county. I don't know whether the tax levy is still in place for this year, when we look at budgets here in 2 months. As far as I know, the tax levy is probably still there. But whether they could do this, but my understanding is they've got $135,000 or $140,000 that they haven't spent so far.
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding is, where do they start, where do they quit? Because that ditch work takes a lot of funding to make it happen. But there is funding available at a very, very economical rate for the land producers. Because $500,000 raises $236,000, only $1,180 of it comes from the landowner. That's probably not quite the right way to look at it, because the utility company's already paying 84% of our tax base for the county. You don't want to get overly aggressive with them because of what they already do. So, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. But there's funding that could go a long ways in doing the drainage, and Hampton Township's got as much flat acreage as any township there is in the county, other than maybe very southeast Coffee, because it's flat there too. But down there, they've got a mill levy, but they don't raise it $3,000 or $4,000 a year. We're here. I'll be more than happy to visit with Jim. I'm a good friend of his, and like I said, Melissa, I don't know. But,
Yeah, see
we
where
do
we're at,
need
I
to
guess.
get, but we do need to increase the drainage situation down. If the county's doing their part, in my opinion, the township needs to kind of step in, because we can't. Unless it went to statute or something, I'm not sure what those rules are,
But it's the only one, I mean, Bob asked a question, would we be doing this anyplace else? Okay.
Or how would we do it? Not would we, how would we do it if we needed done?
But the thing is, it's the only one that has a file this thick. It's the only one that keeps popping up. For every engineer for the last 30+ years, it's the only one that keeps coming up. And so of all drainages that we have in the county, it's the one that needs to be resolved if there's any plan to. But at this point, I'm like, I've done enough. I've done enough on it. Talked about it plenty, but if we're not going to take action on it, what we're doing on those ditches right now will not solve the problem.
It sounds like we just need to hear from the board.
I agree. Now, our cost on,
Wait till we hear from them.
we did have a cost. You asked me basically to bring it up. So right now I have $215,000. This is labor, equipment, and material that we have basically towards this project. And this is probably the whole project. Yeah, since 2018. So everything that we've ever done in Matthias Lake that has a project number since 2018 has been there. Okay. But once again, if you're looking at contracting work, the only mechanism I can even think that you could do is to come back and say, Wayne, on your 2021 projects, because I come in November and I talk about the projects that we've done and I talk about the projects that we'd like to do. And I ask for basically a road trip. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. COVID, we did not. But then at that point, if you're saying, hey, Wayne, what about contracting these? What about doing this? Can we do this? Mine is great. Up to this point, we have always tried to do all of the work with our employees.
Well, and I understand that, but like I say, this is the first time I've heard you say with all the work orders and this and that and the other, we have to pull off once in a while to go do those and this and that and the other. So with that now being surfaced, if you will, maybe we do need to start thinking about the larger projects, contracting them out.
And I'm full agreement with you. I'm not arguing with you whatsoever. But can I give you a glimpse? The guys that come here, I know a study would probably be the best as far as the overall result, but can I give you maybe 5-10 minute glimpse of the work that we do and the amount of work that we do?
But you can't do it. 2 minutes.
I'm not sure.
That was a bet, so
I'm
do
not
we
sure
have
a study is the best result.
I got a dollar.
We did a salary study, remember? And it's not resolved. It did not resolve it.
Well, but, the salary, if I can, it brings dialogue, it brings conversation. Good, bad, or indifferent, it still brings conversation, and that's what government's about. If it was meant to be easy, then anybody would be sitting where you're at right now, okay? It's not. And you're finding sitting where you're at right now the most difficult job you ever had, because you're the ear of everybody in your district plus other districts. Okay, that's a difficult job to do. So it's government, and we do our best. You may agree with me, you may not agree with me, I may not agree with you, But at the end of the day, we all come for the common good and the betterment of the public. And that's what I'm trying to do always. So I apologize if I feel from my sleeves, but that's where I'm at. I know that we have the best people in the county, and my supervisors are the best in the state. And basically, I'm on board with everything that they do. I do not manage the day-to-day operations. I do not direct work to or from anybody, okay? That is done in the department, and they make decisions every morning through their foreman's meetings to basically allocate work, equipment, and people. That's how we run our organization. It's service-based. We try to make the best decisions we can. Everybody can have other decisions. Everybody can look back from a different chair and have other opinions. But at the end of the day, I think we do better than anybody else. So, I don't know if that's part of my 10 minutes or not.
We do have a good group of guys, I will say that for you. You do, you most part. With the exception of a couple.
All right, they give me 10 minutes. Grow your stuff.
On your 200,000 that you spent over there on the FICE project?
Since 2018, yes, sir.
Does that include all the ditches over on Planter Road and Quail Road, or is that just on the Matthias Lake?
Anything that we have in that project, and so Ryan, help me out on that one.
Probably the Planter and Quail ditching. I know we did the Leroy ditching project where we had roughly 30 miles. We were looking at ditching for over 3 years. We finished 15 miles, so that would have been part of that project down there. And I think that total cost was a little less than 500,000 over 3 years' time.
And that was the southeast
them
corner.
ditches are not thrown in with Matthias Lake
No,
in Hampton Township?
no.
Okay.
Not on Planter and Quail. No, they would not. It'd just be native and oxen.
Okay.
And then that 9th lane connecting the two.
Well, I would just like to see a plan that when we start a road, I mean, you know, like you went down one side of the road and did the ditches, but you did the other side. And I was explained from Jim Kruger, we start at the bottom and go all the way to the top, and we didn't, but there's other roads that needs the same thing, and I just think we need a plan that I know in 2 years my ditch is gonna get cleaned out or not. And I'm one of the guys that had the road maintainer shove the edge into the ditches, and you guys promised that you'd come and clean them out. I didn't go throw all my dirt on the road and walk away. I've been sitting here waiting, and I was promised it would get taken care of, and it didn't. And, you know, I'm not the only one. I got a ditcher. I could throw that out there on the road, but I didn't want to cause you a heartache. And I think that was wrong. But I'm just saying that when we're doing one side of the road, why don't we do the other side of the road when you have your equipment there? And I know they can't spend all the time, but I'm going to give you a fact. And it's just not down there. I have another farm. I've been trying to get a 40-foot whistle put in for 3 or 4 years. Your track hoe was setting at that whistle. But you put on 15th Road, you put several whistles in people's driveways, but you skipped mine. And your track hoe was setting there over the weekend. And now what did that cost you to pick that track hoe up and move it? And if you ever come back and put mine in. But I'm just saying, when you say that you look at everything, what would that have cost you when your track hoe was sitting there? You walked right by me. And again, I've been waiting 3 or 4 years, so I don't know what the waiting list is, but there needs to be a list that we can sign on. But why did we do 4 or 5 miles of whistles on 15th Road and you skip mine?
So you talking right at the intersection of 15th and Reaper?
No. That is probably Reaper over there, yeah.
Okay, because I mean, I have it down here anyway, that it was March of last year.
That's the second one I got you cornered, yes.
Okay, well, that's the first time I've had it on there. And I know the drives that we were
But your track hoe was setting.
The drives that we were doing to the west of there were on our list for probably a year and a half. I mean, probably prior plus, but maybe longer than that. And
But you skip people then if you haven't been on the list, then you skip people even though they need to drive, and you're there.
We try not to, but we try to get in an area. We try to get as much accomplished so we're not jumping all over the county. I mean, if you try to did everything by dates, you'd be jumping all over the county constantly. So we try to get in a portion of the county. We might take care of 20 request while we're in that area before we move to the next quadrant of the county. And we do jump priority for like new construction if they need access, or if the land's sold, they need new access. Emergency fixes take priority over our normal requested stuff.
Okay.
And Bill, I appreciate the opportunity to have some dialogue, but I also have the total respect and 100% support for Ryan and Jeff, because they have the most difficult job. Because we have, like I say, if you are in other counties, they do not have 100 folks on a list. Okay? They tell them, forget it. That's not part of our projects. We're not only doing our projects, but we're also doing requests. And basically, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
You go into other counties, if I may, you will actually pay for an entrance. Okay?
I'm not saying one thing. Mr. Ryan and me have a good relationship, don't we?
Absolutely.
But we even said, I work with you, don't I?
Absolutely.
Okay. So don't say that I don't have no respect for them guys, because
I don't
I've
believe I
been
said
over
that.
backwards that everybody else don't do. So
I don't believe I said that, Bill.
you
I
can't
just said I appreciate the opportunity to have the dialogue.
So
That's
let's move on.
Yeah,
So as far as the Bass Lake project, we need to hear from the township board first, and we'll see where that goes.
I think we just need to get a plan.
So, moving on.
Okay?
You got some motion?
Yes.
Sorry, I didn't.
So with that, what we have is, there's 4 motions. I tabled 2 of them. And so 2021-31, which would be 67 miles of pavement striping, and that would be to go out for bid. That would be the new packet. Yeah.
Can I start off where we left off after the mowing?
Did I miss one?
Well, we didn't do anything after the mowing.
Are these agreements no value?
Correct.
correct.
Okay.
Okay. Well, on the 21-25? 21-25?
That's where we left off, was it not?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, 21-25, if you allow me, that would be something that we had tabled here last week.
Okay.
And that would be to authorize and advertise for 1 heavy equipment operator. And then the next one is for a tradesman, and then the next one is for a mechanic.
We tabled it last week, so we'd have a full board of 5.
I see. Okay. Well, I just wanted to stay going in order here.
That's great. That'd be
All
great.
right. So 21-25, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the request for authorization to advertise and hire 1 full-time heavy equipment operator. No new position is being added. The request will only fill a vacant position due to retirement within the department. I'll move.
And I will second.
Non-seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah, the comment I made about, I think what we commissioned to do, I'm gonna approve these this time, because I'm not gonna throw it out blind to you.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that probably the time some other positions come around, I'm hoping we've had discussion, and this may not be the route we go, and it may be the route we go.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna blindside you with saying no to these things today.
Well, I appreciate it. And, this comes back into our 52, and that was the reason why we had talked about tabling it. And so being able to do this gets us back up, hopefully, once we get those filled.
On that, I did some checking too, and I don't think 52 is a magic number.
No, I visited with Carl, and he said on their plan, and I'm not trying to speak for him, I think he said there was about 42 or 45 people part of it in the plan, but he also, 46. He also said too that basically that is not a fixed number, but it's a number that they have in their plan that they say adequate. And mine is when you checked on that, Bob, did it say that that was road and bridge, or was that the whole county?
I think that was a road and bridge.
That was just a road and bridge. So
We were talking road and bridge.
46 was the allocated amount.
46 is give or take a little bit.
Give or take a little bit.
There you go. Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mhm.
You're fine.
That's the question I've had since I got here day one. 52.
You've always.
But
Where'd that number come
and I
from?
think that's still things we need to be discussing.
Yeah, I concur. So 2126, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the request for authorization to advertise and hire one full-time tradesperson. No new position is being added. This request will only fill a current vacant position within the department.
We run 2025.
We've already moved, and I second, we need to vote.
Vote on number
All in
25.
favor on 25, say
Aye.
aye. Motion passed 5-0. So 2126, as I read,
There you go.
to fill a current vacant position on tradesperson.
So moved.
Jesse
Oh.
moved,
Oh, second.
Tim seconded. All in favor, say
Aye.
2127, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the request for authorization to advertise and hire one full-time mechanic. No new position is being added. This request will only fill a current vacant position within the department.
All move.
Tim's moved,
Go ahead, Jesse.
Jesse seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And 29 and
29, if we may, this goes back to getting our salary study off the ground and running. Are you,
I got a tabled motion on the bottom.
okay?
So I was thinking 29 and 30 we table,
Okay,
because we had that discussion. Actually, Wade and I did about it, and we were thinking that if Angie had everything in April, then May would be the time that we'd come back and visit about that.
That one there, am I right? Would that, the new table organizational chart, that would have to be approved before that would be approved, correct?
Technically, yes,
Okay.
because on that is, we only have tradesmen in that position, and this one would actually put, this is number 30, what we're talking about, and this would put a specially heavily equipped operator in that table organization chart, yes.
Like on 29-4, that could be adopted. The organizational chart would have to be adopted.
No, well,
It has to be.
well, yeah, the reason, yes, because the reason was, when I brought that organization chart, it basically set two
Put in
groups.
two departments, so that has to be adopted for this.
That's correct. That's correct. So,
so moving on to 21,
31.
excuse me. Based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request for authorization to solicit sealed bids for approximately 67 miles of highway paint striping S2 101-C at several locations in the county.
So moved.
Don's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? What's the S2 101?
Striping, 21 year, 01, one project.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. 2132, based upon the recommendation of county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request for the noxious weed department to solicit quotations and purchase as to policy herbicide chemicals for highway department 2021 roadway shoulder spraying program.
I'll move.
Bob's moved,
All second.
Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
The next one's part of our 2021 equipment list request that was submitted during our budget. And so what we're asking is go ahead and start taking formal bids on the 10-wheel dump truck.
With an option trade-in of the 2000 Mack. None of the cities would want that truck, or
By placing it in the motion, at least it starts that process that it's out there. But it does give the cities the opportunity. Definitely, they would have first choice at it if they want, if they would like.
Right.
If it is still an option that we're still trying to get rid of too, because we're still
I mean,
up in the air.
if it's worth the city having it, I mean, I guess what I'm saying, if it's
Yeah.
a pain in your side, we don't want it to be a pain in theirs, so.
Right.
I assume.
And Burlington was interested in the last one, but you said it wasn't that quality.
But we're not even certain that we're getting rid of it at this point too, but starting it or placing it in this motion, the key word is optional trade-in.
Okay.
So we leave it out there to say that we at least discussed it, but may not be moved forward.
All right, 2133, based upon the recommendation of the county engineer, move to approve the county engineer's request to solicit formal bids for one 10-wheel dump truck with dump body with optional trade-in of 2003 Max G76, VIN number ending in M0673, funds to be paid from the general fund public works equipment line item.
I'll move.
Jesse's moved.
All second.
Tim seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Motion passes 5-0.
The next one is Summer Help. Ken Woods is returning. He's been returning since 2006. This would be the CP2.
So motion 2117, employment summer seasonal. Request authorization to advertise and hire up to 11 temporary seasonal employees.
The motion's underneath it, but the original where we had the authorization to take it where we could hire Summer Help.
Oh,
Yeah,
I got you one.
yeah.
My fault.
Motion.
Move to accept and sign CP2 for Kenneth Woods summer help subject to regular IPP. Wage classification 35D with rate wage of $18.71 effective 4/12/21. Number of hours worked not to exceed 1,000.
And just for the record, we took his existing wage. He's equipment operator, special equipment operator, just went to the closest one, and that's where it comes
I
in.
wonder what we did with him since he's been here since 8.
That's,
Because
he wasn't, he didn't have enough time for a step, so.
being a D doesn't put him, that was only for like, I've covered 4 years, and I was thinking, how we,
Well, yeah, but we just found the closest step,
okay, that's fair.
and that's what we did.
That's fine.
All moved.
I'll second.
Don seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys, butt in.
No.
Okay, the last one I have is discussion that Jeff would have on the truck. This would be, truck that you had visited down here last week, Jesse. So I'm gonna leave it up to Jeff to talk about the truck and get your recommendation on, how we should proceed with it. So.
Why don't you bring us up to date on the truck, Jeff?
Yeah.
Bring us all up to date on the truck. Jeff, Jesse, this is your conversation, but
Yeah.
we kind of like to be in it.
Do the best they can, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure to be the caboose on the fun train for you guys.
Crazy, crazy.
First, I'd start off with, if you guys have that study station, Ryan's got a nice bunch of documents. Just for the future. That's all right. I just got one copy of that. If you want to pass it around, that's the truck in question. I feel like it's a lot of times our job is we identify problems and we come to you with the solutions and get permission to move forward with that solution. There is not a favorable solution on this dump truck. Okay, no way you slice it is favorable in us. What you're looking at, it's actually 2016. We took delivery into March of 2015 on this Max Force International dump truck. And at the time that was purchased, we didn't really know what Max Force meant. Since then, the entire industry has found out that motor is junk, and it's about broke international if it hasn't broken. So we get along fine with this truck, and it beats the Coffee County. So what we have is a truck with a blown engine. I can give you more information, but I'll throw you out the options at this point. One is to let that truck sit, sell it, either county auction, Purple Wave, whatever you wanna do. There's another option that is to rebuild the engine that we have currently at a price of, I'm gonna say approximately $13,000. That gives absolutely zero guarantee or warranty on that engine. If it blows going out the parking lot, we still owe $13,000 and still on that truck. The other option is a complete reman engine at an approximate price of $43,000. And we have no idea what condition that engine was in before his reman. Is it the same condition as the one we have? Took it off and remanufactured. So those are the options. It's like I said, a 2016. There's a little information on that paper that passed around.
Is there a warranty or guarantee on the reman?
There's some. We haven't figured out what it is yet, Bob. What we're trying to do is how do you value those trucks? So one, know what the value of that truck was in running condition. Asking prices are somewhere between 70 and 90. That's just an average.
For running condition?
For running condition. And that's an asking price. So
Is that high?
That's a national search, just what I could find on locally. Jesse wouldn't buy this truck, I don't think, not knowing what he knows now.
45, 50, maybe.
So then you're looking at the total value of the truck and the engine. So,
Can a different brand engine be put in it?
we tried that. We've got one of the best dealers in the state, in our opinion, at Williams International out of Florence. They didn't say we couldn't put one in, but they said take it somewhere else. They don't. We put Cummins, but all the wiring harnesses, the hoses, the belts, the computer, everything's different. So that's a good question. Our internationals that we've had, 08, I think is the first one we got. They had Cummins engines in them at the time, and somehow International and Cummins fell out of favor. So International designed their own engine. When they put these in, my knowledge, this is the only Max Force that we have in a big style truck. Our sign truck is also a Max Force engine. It's not quite as large, but there's trouble with it as well, but not to this catastrophic level. We traded a 2008 International in last year with 397,000 miles on it. T22, we've had several exhaust problems with it. That's when Tier 3 at that time had just come out and had a lot of problems. Did have a conversation with Mark, just like I said earlier on that truck. We told him what we had and he wanted to stay away from it. So, but the trade-in value of that truck at that time, we had it ready to go with $28,000. Trade-in, granted, different than retail, but I don't know, would it be worth just trying to get what value we could out of this truck and the way it sets and
we just
try to move forward?
We just made a motion a while ago to price a new truck with a bed. How bad is this bed on this truck? Is it worth something, us keeping it and then getting rid of the chassis?
Craig and I talked about that a little bit before it came down here. This is what we consider one of our barrel bed trucks, which is a little heavier. Said the bed's not in that great a shape. Would need to be work done to it, repowder coated, a lot of stuff. Before the last few years, when we kind of took over bidding these trucks a little different, where we specify what bed we want, then these bids come in from the truck folks as low bid. And so in order to get low bid, they put the lowest price bed they could get on as well. So you've seen the last 3 trucks, at least we've bid the Henderson stainless steel dump bodies, which we feel like if we're buying lifetime trucks, then beds should last with it, is our hope. We've had multiple bed repairs over the last 8 years that I know of.
Let's back up one other step, and I kind of keep looking at Wayne, but I'll talk to you.
Okay.
The, what we were trading in the Mac.
Yeah.
Have we thought maybe trading this one in instead of the Mac, getting a price of what they would give us for this one? If we're having that much trouble with it, it might be a good way to get rid of it.
Well, it's not that we're just having that much trouble with it, it's actually unusable.
I'd say we have a lot of trouble with it then.
But yeah, a lot of trouble with it. Wayne and I discussed that this morning. You know, I was wait till after I visit, when we do that motion, we said, well, we need the option built in there. So there's a possibility we have to keep 76 because the truck that we're bidding right now wasn't really to replace T85, it's flown out. So that would give us an option to keep 76 a little long, another year if we need to or something.
Maybe it's something we ought to be researching, checking.
Well, I mean, and we'll start that process pretty soon since we just had that motion put through.
It doesn't change anything what we've done, Bob, on that. It just basically by the motion allows us to at least look at the options.
I mean, maybe we need to be taking T85 and put it, instead of the Mac, be putting this International in there as a trade-in value and see what they would do with it.
That's a thought process on it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Now, the deal is we took it to, we hauled this truck to Florence to have it troubleshot, and they found out what it was, and now it's in their shop and kind of like to know what direction we're moving so they can get it out of there. You know, what I'm hearing is that that's kind of the direction we want to go. We just tell them to put it back together, slide it out the door if they can have their shop space back.
Is there any salvage? Can a person try to pull out a salvage bid on this truck as is? Is there any?
Like purple, well, yeah, I talked to a guy the other day that, you know, threw out a starting point where he'd be on it. Somebody that's really deep in the industry. I don't know, I mean, I hate to give that number, but it's a possibility, yeah. I mean, when you're talking salvage, I mean, you'd be talking about, let's pull that line at the next county auction or Purple Wave or Big Iron or something.
But I would think it need to go Big Iron or Purple Wave because that's too big of a truck to just pull in for a county auction. Usually our county auctions, we try to make it accessible to the county people, and I don't think we want to throw something like that out to them.
Would you leave the bed on if you go to the Purple auction or Big Iron? Yeah. I know my thought is, it sounds like the quicker we get rid of it, the better off we're gonna be, even though we're gonna take a hit. I don't like to take hits.
And that's what took us so long to get here, because every time we thought we had a plan in place.
We're at a point of no return, it looks like.
Yeah, that's what, every time we thought we had an idea and a plan to bring forward, just more information come out, and couldn't make up our mind.
Jeff, there's a salvage company up in Kansas City, and I contacted him, I cannot think of his name for the life of me, or the company name. They're a very large salvage company, and they would probably entertain a pretty reliable bid on this truck as is sitting in Florence, Kansas. I'm just trying to think of the name off the top of my head. It's a funny name, but I've contacted them on one of our crash trucks for salvage.
If we're all in agreement, then to just run her to the fence, if it's, you know, that I can give direction to get this truck put back together the best we can, haul it back, get it out of their hair, and then we can take the time to advertise it, to sell in that capacity.
Did they say how much money is wrapped up in it right now? No. I mean, you've already got, to rebuild what you have now is $13,000. So it tells me they've gotten pretty deep into it. I mean, you got to shop at $150 an hour.
Right.
You could have $13,000 bill sitting there right now, roughly.
I don't have that information on what we own for troubleshooting.
Would it have to be put back together? Because that's what you're throwing in bed.
for salvage. Could be, I guess.
Yeah, we could ask Nick and Craig their thought on that. It takes so long to, they were gonna wrap it and weatherproof it to pull it out. It takes them so long and to do that is the reason they left it in the shop at this point.
I mean, obviously, the motors are capable of being rebuilt. It's just that they're not gonna stand behind it.
Not an
A
ounce.
bit. And I visited with Nick for about 30 minutes about it. He said, we can rebuild this motor. He said, I don't care if it blows up coming out of the driveway, you're gonna have to rebuild it again. I ain't standing behind it. I mean, it's where it had its issue. I believe it was in the Oil Pump Journal.
It was it started, we had a high pressure fuel pump go out a couple months ago. Then had that put in and they're tracing everything back. Now I asked Craig, I said, you find out from them, is that pump the cause of it? No, it wasn't. It wasn't the final cause. It may have been a contributing factor, but it wasn't, the new pump was not the problem.
I'd venture to say it overflooded the cylinders with diesel fuel and washed the engine, and it messed up the oil pump.
Well, every gear in the front of that engine, my understanding is called cracker jacks.
Regardless, sounds like we need to get it out of their hair.
So
Get it down the road somewhere.
do we need to do anything else other than this is a guidance? We'll get it out of their hair, bring it back, and then we can decide how to dispose of it later.
And the whole idea here was, this is a little bit different than just basically a repair. You needed to understand the full scope of it. Jesse already had some insight onto it. And so we have right now through this discussion, basically a truck that's inoperable, and it makes no sense in spending any additional money to get it operational. So now the next thing is to say, okay, we want salvage and how to sell it. So what I'd like to do is come by here next week and actually have a motion for allowing us to take salvage bids. That's what we'd have to do. We'd have to take salvage bids. Either you do it that way or you do it through the auction, through the county auction, which we're saying we're not wanting to do it from the county auction. So now would be to take bids onto it. And then through that process, we would collect bids as is for the truck. And then at that point, you would have that opportunity to accept the bids.
Could we still throw it as an option as a trade-in?
We can ask.
That's what they might give. They might give salvage price. I don't know.
We can ask. It doesn't hurt to ask.
I mean, I still think that's something we need to go with it.
But we could add that, I mean, we're still gonna have that in motion, and that could still all be part of the new truck per se. But now the next question is, does that put us down the truck, or we're just gonna use the one that we had talked about in the motion to replace that one for at least a year, I believe it was.
We're gonna be down the truck until we get a new one in.
Yeah.
If we run into giant problems with releasing one possibly, maybe something.
Right.
On this Max Force, how to put this, have you went ahead and signed up as far as a class action on these?
Nope.
Are we gonna?
Is there one?
Yes.
I would defer that to my department head and attorney.
Yeah.
Wade, I am aware there is a class action. I don't know if we want to go ahead and join it or on these engines.
Look into it.
All right.
Be through Navistar.
Yes, Navistar Max Force.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's this particular issue or if it's another issue.
It's the engine issue altogether.
All the engine itself.
Yes, and you'll need the paperwork of what it new cost and everything. And what it's cost you.
I got all that right here in front of me.
All right.
Any other questions on, thank you for the guidance. I think it's the smartest.
I'll try to find
at
out.
this point.
I'll try to find that company out of Kansas City for you. They'll come down and look at it.
Yeah.
I'm
But, and that would give us, it don't cost anything to get a value on the trade in, get a couple values and help make the decision a little later down the road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. So,
See you next week.
do I need next week off?
Maybe your next week's on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you have something to round table. You kind of smiling.
So you're gonna have to figure out whether you wanna move forward or whether you wanna take a break. But I've got close to an hour's worth of several different executive sessions. So,
Anybody want a break?
Quick. Hey, Jeff, hold on one second. Andrew Hay, out of Kansas City. Get it? Vander Hayes, yeah. Sorry.
You did. Anybody want a break?
I'm good with it,
Okay.
unless you got pizza. Way down, by your windows too.
I hope not.
Thank you.
So before the executive sessions, put on my county attorney hat. As everybody here is probably aware, I'm losing one of my staff members to the bench. That's a significant loss to the county attorney's office for what Lori has meant prior to my time here and since the time I've been here as the victim witness coordinator for the county attorney's office is, I can't even put into words. So I'm gonna have to advertise and cast a wide net for that position because similar to what Karen had mentioned earlier about what happens in her office, I don't think anybody has any idea of what it takes to run and operate out of the county attorney's office, the type of things that we deal with, the raw emotion that we deal with, people who come in, whether it be parents of victims of sexual assault or the victims themselves of either child or adult sexual assault and deal with that. Lori has been in that position, is on the front lines of dealing with victims responding to their needs and sort of being the middle person between myself and that. So it's gonna be difficult to replace her, especially with what I characterize as the institutional knowledge that she has, having been within that position for so long, not only within the county attorney's office, but then with the court prior to that. But she is a huge add, and it's gonna be an asset to the bench. She has great knowledge and experience. She's been in the courtroom more than most attorneys have been in the courtroom. She'll do a fantastic job, and I'm extremely excited for her in that opportunity. So with that being said, I have to get a job notice out, and I've got to be very selective with who takes on that role. The two ladies in the office, we've talked about it, and neither one of them are interested because of how difficult that position is. You get yelled at, you have people who will cry to you, people, I mean, I could sit and talk about it for a while. And, while I'm talking about the positions with the county attorney's office, similar to what Karen said, and I had the conversations with Lisa, that salary study, I didn't agree with where the ladies in my office were put. And I had a number of conversations with Lisa about that. And I share in Karen's frustration. But that's what McGrath was hired to do. And I can I think each and every one of the department heads can get up and stand up and say they don't agree, or there's a number of the employees within their departments that they don't agree with where they're placed in that salary structure, and I'm one of them. I think the ladies in my office, for what they deal with, I don't think it does justice to where they are and what they deal with. And I encourage anybody who thinks any differently, they can come in and sit and watch and be a part of how busy that office is, the type of things that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. But they'll have to sign a confidentiality agreement, because a lot of what goes on in that office is confidential in nature, and they're operating under my law license. So the second part of that is the intern. So losing a vital member of my staff like Lori or Shears to the bench also means there's going to be a void in the meantime. And if there's a question about the budget with the county attorney's office, I think that answer is pretty crystal clear at this point. So I will be bringing on an outside student to help aid and assist in my office, and at least be a stopgap until I get someone hired. And the benefit is they have experience, having been in the office before, and I'll work out those details behind the scenes and then bring that to the board so it's transparent. But because there was a question about it before, it's no one, this individual is no one who is tied to or affiliated with anybody, a family member within the county attorney's office, either presently or formally, to my knowledge, and I don't even think that they have any ties to or association with any current county employee. So just so we get that out there, so that's not an issue. So any questions? All right. So I've got 3 executive sessions I'm going to need to request. Each one is under the attorney-client exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, but for different reasons. So first one is request a motion for a 15-minute executive session under KSA 754319B2, which is the attorney-client relationship exception. With recess, someone make a motion for the commission and myself to recess into executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss county policy issues, that those discussions need to occur with just the board and myself, because they involve matters being privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception as under that statutory exception. That would be my request.
15 minutes?
15 minutes.
I'll make the motion. Tim made a motion. Second. Jesse seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're going at 125. So what I'm going to suggest is that we read that. And then when Stephanie, and then once she gets the salary thing on that, then move that step. Yeah, make say that. Something like that.
Myself, and it wasn't that time, it should be that good time, or they just go from, they'll go straight to the next one.
Yeah.
Real happy with that.
Yeah, and then once the salary can fall in place, then it's step. Right. Yes. And then, like I said, once the salary is implemented, and then we do the steps, the separate step, everyone. In my opinion.
I'll get there just in time.
Did you rewrite this? Would you?
I'll get 10 in.
That, step E. You know what I mean?
Sorry. This way. All right. I'm gonna request another executive session under the same statutory exception for the commission to recess into executive session for consultation with the county councilor, myself and the commission to discuss ongoing county litigation, and that discussion to include matters being privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act. wrote down 10 minutes, but probably need to make it 15.
I'll move.
Let's do 10 second in, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
21:45.
Sure keeps going even times of these figures.
That's so funny. Do that over. Yeah, no, you betcha.
Next time we know it's gonna go very long class and they are ordering pizza.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wait, I'll sit back down. All right.
All right.
All right.
All right. So I'm gonna request another executive session, myself and the commission, to recess into executive session, consultation with the county counselor to discuss, it would be a county legal position regarding a matter that would be deemed privileged under the attorney-client exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, KSA 754319B2. And it'll seem like an odd number, but I'll say 8 minutes. That may be, I was gonna say 5, but I'm gonna say 8.
Let's go 10.
I'll
Second. And second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
2:05.
Is it 2:05?
Yes, ma'am.
You probably should have asked for 10.
I did, I made it.
Oops. I don't know why that jumps up there. You notice that?
I think my finger has every time I do something to it,
Probably hitting something. What did he say, 8? Oh, Tom said 10, yeah. County
right after
to
it.
discuss.
Yeah.
You'll miss it.
All right, this will be back.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
We got 3 minutes.
Yeah, you said 2 minutes.
So that's not a short 10-minute deal.
We got 3 minutes.
I did that wrong, I'm sorry.
All right, well,
I messed up.
nope, it's better to be early than late, right?
I just ordered one in at 2.
Take the 2:05.
Yeah, 2:05.
Please.
Did I say 2?
It's 2:01 or 2 when we got
It's
down.
2:05.
Okay.
Well, if you can draw in.
Yeah.
And it's there.
Yeah,
And
that's the fastest 10 minutes I've seen.
I thought it was a quick one. I didn't know what the time was.
April 16th. I didn't have a phone. You about over on that.
I did say 2.
Yeah. 2:05.
Sorry.
I
That's why you were looking at me that way.
2 minutes.
These 2 minutes will be longer than our 2 minutes. These 2 minutes will be longer than our 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
You said, oh,
I was gonna say.
Let's start writing it down here.
those come to me, Jessica.
Oh, they're good. Okay. Make sure they're all signed.
Okay. That's good. As clerk, I have that right.
Have a look-see.
Yep, got the record, so.
So there's a meeting here today, so we're gonna have to pick up all of our good stuff, all of our important
Was it
information.
today? I thought it was tomorrow.
I thought Tom said he was having one today here. Is that right?
that's what you said,
That's what I
whether they
thought.
have it down in that end or, I don't know where.
Okay. That's a neat call.
Okay, Wade, I apologize for that.
No, it's a good opportunity to kind of refresh, take a deep breath.
I know I said 2:05, but then I stand there and look at my clock. My math was off.
All right, I'm gonna request a motion for the commission to recess into executive session for consultation with the county counselor to discuss an internal county matter that requires discussion of matters being privileged under the attorney-client relationship exception to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, same statutory exception, KSA 75-4319 B2, 25 minutes.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Tim's moved, John seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, 25 minutes, we're going at 2:18. All right, down this time.
Yeah. Oh, that's 25. No, that's not right. I was thinking of it. It's 43.
Feel like Cody used to do at the stopwatch. We are back.
I think so. I can run that over to you.
That's okay. I gotta get this check to you guys earlier.
Are you good?
Yeah.
That's okay.
Anything else you wish to share with us?
No.
Yeah, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about, you guys brought it up last week or the day you were signing checks and vouchers about departments that use Amazon to order office supplies and things that we can't get locally. So we've had this account for quite a while now, since our local office supplies were out of business. And they thought was that they would purchase everything they could through our Hoovers or Dollar General or whatever. And then people also order from Navrat's out of Emporia when we can. And sometimes there's like printer supplies or other office supplies that we need that we can't get here that can come in a day or two. So we're at a point now, Amazon has changed their policy on what they allow and everything. We were paying, I think, the $99 a year, just a one time, to get the free shipping and everything. So now they've changed their policy to where if you're gonna have a business account, basically it's $179.99 for only 3 users. So I reached out to all the departments to ask them what would they feel like that they would want to do. And the other option is that we could get one account allows for 10 users and it's $4.99 for the year and free shipping. So for the past several months, we haven't even had free shipping because they've taken our Prime away from us. So when you have 10 departments that are purchasing on Amazon, and you're not getting free shipping, that's gonna cost us a lot too. So I wanted to talk to you guys before we did it. I know we could probably go ahead and do it, but I wanted to know you guys had concerns. I wanted to bring it to your attention to ask, what your feelings were, if you want us to get rid of the Amazon account totally. There's a lot of, Brad says he can't get anything except on Amazon for what he needs. I know.
I'm sure there is times where you just can't. There's no other alternative.
I look back, the past 2 months have been a little higher, I think, because there were some shares ordered and a couple other things. But prior to that, I think it was like per month, it was like a couple $100 is what people were spending. And like I said, we're still buying everything we can locally, as far as I know. There's other departments that order through Quill. And I know if you order so much through Quill, you get a free gift and that. And I mean, I don't want to do that myself because we got a policy against that. So I don't know. I just want to know where you guys want us to go.
If you go Amazon, and I personally, I'm not an Amazon person, favorite Amazon, but if you go Amazon and you said 3 accounts.
3 users.
3 users. What if we set up 3 users, like the sheriff department, for example, and maybe Road and Bridge, and anyone here in the courthouse comes through one person instead of each office having it? In other words, if you need something, you bring it to here, and that person would order that for the courthouse. Or 3 users could be Road and Bridge, courthouse, and sheriff's department.
Most sheriffs, they have their own account already. They got it years ago. We've gotten that, so. And I think they're paying the $99 a month.
They're figuring that in, their budget then
Probably. I mean, we could do that, but I mean, I don't know. What would you feel of having to come to a different office to place your order, for instance?
I'm just thinking of checks and vouchers and separating who ordered what.
Yeah.
At times when my office needs to order, majority of the time it's toner or ink or something like that. I mean, we need it because we're at the point where we're not gonna be able to print anything. And or you have one, you have one on hand, but they're not cheap. And when they come through, it's $300 to $400 at a time. So I don't care where I need to go, but I want to be able to make sure that if someone wants to challenge or request to review a voucher, that there's a clear paper trail. And if I order something, and the clerk's office orders something, and the appraiser's office orders something, and emergency management orders something, how much time is going to be spent sorting out who's ordered what, and then having that designation, then you have to have all those different signatures. And I don't know what the right answer is, but that's something to think about.
I don't even know how Amazon works. So I guess
it's just another place to buy stuff. I mean,
it's all
online, but I guess my thinking is that I'm not against the Amazon thing, but I mean, if it could be bought locally or here in the state of Kansas, let's do so. Let's just encourage that, see where it goes from there. That's my suggestion. Because like I say, there's definitely times where you don't have the time to drive somewhere to get it, or just the only place you can find it is online. So Basically, all Amazon is just an online warehouse for anything and everything.
So are there adjacent office supply stores, either anywhere in our catchment area that you can go 50 to 75 miles out and it's not a box store like a Walmart or somewhere like that? Because if you're giving your business to Walmart, you might as well give it to Amazon because they're both, just because they have a building on a footprint in Kansas doesn't mean that. So I prefer, if I'm in your shoes, to give the business to a mom and pop type office supply store. I know when I was in Allen County, they had Iowa Office Supply, and I don't know if they're even in operation anymore.
I do not know. I know Advantage Computers, but I mean,
Carlson still has their office supplies.
And we do order from them too. We bought printers from them and different things.
And Mabrants is your office furniture type stuff.
well, they sell printer ink and stuff like that too, but all the printers are different. I do realize that where sometimes it's like, nobody carries that one. I gotta order it online.
Well, nobody's gonna want to spend $400 for an ink cartridge and that somebody might order from them, and, here at the county, and sit on it for 3 months or 4 months, I mean, if a person would call and say, hey, I've got this machine, I need this, but 90% of the time it's crap, we're out. We need it now. Or we're gonna be out tomorrow.
I get it. So I mean, keep,
And then,
in my opinion, just keep Amazon stuff, encourage them if they can buy it. And mom and pop Mavericks or whatever, that's great.
Yeah,
I know I buy all my plotter ink from Drexel, so.
And then I think Navrats comes every 2 weeks, I think typically. So
Yeah, they they do all our office supplies.
So we try to get what we can, knowing ahead of time what we'll need, but then in between those times is when we need.
Sometimes that's hard.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Or then we have to send somebody over there to go get stuff. And
So on the account, for how many people would it be? 5?
we can have 10 users for the $4.99.
That's an annual charge, isn't it? $50 a piece.
Which is
Shipping.
cheaper than.
Yeah, there's all the shipping and probably.
It's cheaper than paying shipping, it's cheaper than everyone going and getting their own account for $179.99.
Yeah.
And then allows 3 people from each department. This way, one person from each department will do the ordering instead of, anyone who wants to order gets to order.
I'm gonna go that route.
Shaking his head no for some.
Yeah.
No, I just don't. $4.99. You think of what I'll call Coffee County, the corporation, and if they're purchasing something from a retailer like Amazon, they're gonna make money off the county, so they need to charge $499 on top of that. I don't know. I think that
Make some more money.
that's the.
Well, that'd be great to just say, no, don't want to do it at all and tell Amazon bye-bye. But how do you?
No, I get it. I'm sitting here thinking as a taxpayer, how.
Is Amazon the only thing out there?
Well, you can order online from like Staples or
Walmart
Walmart or
still it's the same thing.
wherever.
And
I
then you're
mean,
gonna pay
Dollar General,
shipping.
you can get all your toilet paper, your paper towels, all that stuff, your ad bills, your, all that stuff at Dollar General, Quill is basically office supplies too, but it's more of your towels, and paper towels and stuff like that. I mean, they've got everything, boxes, shelving.
The only thing I'll say is if you get over a certain amount with some retailers, then it's free shipping. And if the free shipping in Amazon, I say that they're paying $4.99, you get free shipping. Well, it's not really free
It's
shipping.
not free shipping, is it?
So, but that's just me.
It would, as much as it comes through here, it wouldn't take much to pick up the $500, so, for shipping. So.
We've probably already paid that in the past few months, but we've been trying to negotiate with Amazon on what we could do different, but
And Amazon does no tax on Amazon, is that correct?
we have a tax exemption
So
on file,
if
yeah.
we count, that can be
So you leave it as is and encourage them if they can get it from a local supplier within the state of Kansas would be awesome.
Well, it's not as is. You
Well,
gotta do
I
it.
gotta do something,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, and then just to reiterate on the salary schedule, what we're doing is anyone on the old chart that would have been eligible to move up a step, they move up a step, then they go to the new placement on the new chart and stop there. The people
Closest to
that would, yeah, closest to them. And then the people that weren't gonna move up a step, go to the new chart and do move one step. That's what I understand.
It's the way I understand it.
The way I understood it.
That's the way I understand it.
Okay,
If those that are qualified for a step this year, give them the step. And then the next step up above that.
place them and then
Thanks,
move them one, yeah. Okay, I thought that's what I wanted to just reiterate and make sure I'm on the same page.
Where's mud?
I think we're on the same page.
Well, that's all I have today.
Still got a good target at the end of this month, putting that on.
Well, I'm trying. I'll probably know more next month.
Well, and that's,
Because we're really gonna start having to, it was with CIC last week, I gotta get with them hopefully today or tomorrow at the latest to find out where we're at.
Does Denise put most of those numbers in?
I've been entering them into the spreadsheet. CIC is setting up the structure of the schedule, and then her and I both will enter that next Monday is the deadline for payroll, I think, for the 20th, and she's gonna start working on payroll, so we may not get, I don't know what it's gonna do, or we may have to work some overtime. so.
well, and Wade's suggestion was just get the ball rolling and then do your changes after that too. I mean,
Yeah. I don't know how that's gonna work going retroactive to a month, I don't know.
does it have to be retro? I mean,
No, because you guys, the motion says May 1st, but we're trying
yeah,
for earlier.
well,
Needs to be done as of April 1st, or something like that. I think everybody'd be a lot more satisfied. We've got to make sure it's right.
Well, yeah. And that's all I have.
Tim,
Nothing.
yes,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to adopt resolution number 2021 dash, I don't know what dash would be. Where'd Wade
Do
go?
we need a new
He left.
resolution number?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on, I'll get it for you.
It'll be up to 870 range now, like you're supposed to.
yeah, I think so.
Okay, here we go. It'd be 870.
Probably has to be 840.
Adopt resolution 2021-870. Local resolution to preserve and defend the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution and Section 4 of the Bill of Rights of the State of Kansas Constitution. Be further involved that the Board of County Commissioners of Coffee County, Kansas calls upon the United States Congress, the governor of the state of Kansas, and all elected officials of the state of Kansas to preserve and defend the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States as an individual right of the citizens, and to nullify any statutes, executive orders, or other regulations and proclaims that infringe on the right of an individual to keep and bear arms.
All second.
Guess he's moved, Tim seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Anything else?
No, I think I have this is landfill week, is it not?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, landfill week. I I got fiber board next Tuesday. Oh, I got. And I'll be out the rest of the week.
Bobby, have anything you want to
I
share?
have nothing.
I have nothing.
Hey, well, I think I got Andrea's thing all messed up. Her pick, one to take your pick. Conversation with Andrea behind the scenes. So basically move to authorize and direct the chairman to sign Coffee County payroll notice, Andrea Berryman, transfer from Sheriff's Office dispatch, Commissioner's Office Executive Assistant, classification 35-0 to 45-G, a wage from 2209 to 2201, effective 4/12/21. Now, with that being said, I would assume that she didn't get a move up before she left the sheriff's department, that she would get a move once you got, I did it this way so that Wade's suggestion that the green light get the new salary study on its way and going, and we do the adjustments later. Kind of what Wade suggested, I thought.
Then you're gonna need to rescind your other motion you made earlier that you were bringing in or recurring at the same wage.
I didn't make, it never went through. Oh,
Not today.
well,
Last
yes,
week or whatever.
okay.
Because you're
Well, I mean,
changing
because in the
category.
chart, it's either 2201 or it's a step above, so. I guess I need to know which one everybody's comfortable with.
It's 35-0, was that the dispatch designation?
Yeah,
Yes,
And the 45G is.
executive administrative.
yeah. And like I say, I said at present salary at the time when I made that motion, just because not realizing there would be 8 cents difference. So that's basically what it is 8 cents difference. So I guess trying to get Andrea's pay resolved here. The next step would take her to 2245, if I remember right.
So what's the 8 cents difference? Is that 8 cents more than what you was?
No, 8 cents less.
Oh,
Well, step G, if I'm looking at this is 2279. Step G is.
We didn't change that, did we?
H is 2313.
Yeah, but I wanted to actually ship in 45E, which would be 2201. And so we can take her to G, which would put her at 2245. So which one? Or F, excuse me. F is 2245. Which would mean, once that salary is implemented in Angie's computer, I mean, she won't get a step increase this year.
So she's coming in as an F.
E or an F, whichever one you want. If she comes in an E, I say she gets a step increase like everybody else does. Just she's been a county employee as long as she does. Or we can just go ahead and bring her in at F and bypass the step increase. Because it already is a step increase.
Was Andrea the one that was, were you due a step increase this year?
I would, in dispatch, my step up, I got a notice that said it would have been 2260 with my step up in dispatch. So, but to go across here to 2201, I mean, we agreed on the step.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we're bringing it at 2201, and then your step increase in, like everybody else is getting, would take you to 2245.
Which would put her the same as what she would have been possibly at the sheriff's office. Close.
Be close, yeah. Let everybody get that resolved today, so Andy can move forward with that.
So we're at 2245, is that what you're looking at?
As long as everybody's comfortable, like I say, if we go to 2201 and then give her a step increase, she'll wind up at 2245, so. We can do the 2245 now and not do the step increase.
Until next year.
Correct. All right with that,
How are we handling the others? Are the others being
or is that complicated?
moved to the next step above where they're at, and then they get that one step?
They're being.
If she's at 2209 now, coming on, if she was a dispatcher,
She's not like the other employees. The other employees are still in their same positions. She is moving positions. So.
Correct. Correct.
You're going in a different category now.
yeah, I know.
And you were,
I couldn't hear Andrea say anything.
She's comfortable with whatever we decide.
2245 is what, okay.
She said
And that's at the market, that's at the step F, is at the market?
Correct.
I apologize, Andrew, I wasn't able to hear.
Sorry.
So I can resend that motion of hiring at present salary if that need be. And then if everybody's comfortable, I'll redo this motion to say we'll bring her in at step F, which would be 2245. Or, like say, if we do it E, then she gets the step increase like everybody else. I mean, whichever is easiest on Angie. I'll put it that way.
I'd say move her up to the 2245, and then she gets step increase, just like everyone else will next year, and it's taken care of.
Next year, right. Okay. That's what we'll do then. Change that. Spoke with the rest of them before I did that. Thank you.
Yeah, so I had to dig stuff out.
Okay, so we'll move to authorize the director term to sign the Coffee County payroll notice for Andrea Berryman, transfer from Sheriff's Office dispatch to Commissioner's Office Executive Assistant. Classification from 35-0 to 45-F with a salary of $22.45, effective 4/12/21. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
On second. Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Tom, I need to have you guys, okay, so we need to send the motion dated last week.
That's been the week before, actually.
Okay, so you need to move to rescind that motion.
Would that have been March 29?
29.
I apologize, I didn't realize we had to go to vote on a rescind. So-
Yeah, we do.
So I did make the statement that I will rescind that motion,
So
so
you'll move.
I will move to rescind that motion made March
Let's see,
29.
I'll tell you what the paragraph was. Okay, paragraph 18.
I move to rescind the motion made by me March 29 in paragraph 18. Hiring Andrea Berryman in at present salary, because we did change that, so I'll make the motion. All second. And seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And then I need to have you make a motion to rescind the motion today in paragraph number 4, where Knight moved to authorize director term to sign 2 tax abatements, since that was incorrect.
Oh, yes. So we'll make a motion to rescind the tax abatements of $72 made today, earlier today.
I'll move.
This is moved. All second and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Anything else? Nope. Am I forgetting anything else? Donna, am I forgetting anything else? Andrew, am I forgetting anything else?
Nothing.
Welcome, Andrea.
No, thank you very much.
Should have done that earlier, sorry. You have nothing done?
So, you guys had talked about your pay plan adjustment for budget year 2022,
Okay.
that you needed to be thinking about that. So I just ran one that you did in 18 and one that you did in 20. So you can just be thinking about it. You don't have to do it today.
Okay.
You know, what you want to allow for
Oh, okay.
cushion and cost of living adjustment.
Okay.
Sorry.
You got that right here, son?
I'm gonna read this one.
Okay.
Please don't mind.
Okay. You have anything else?
I think that was it.
Okay.
That's it.
Anybody else? Red?
Nope.
We'll adjourn at 3:13.
I'll second that.